Good evening, please come to order. Okay, good evening. Welcome to the Calexico City Council, Calexico Redevelopment Successor, HNC, Calexico Financing Authority regular meeting. Today's date is Wednesday, February the 1st, 2023. The time is 6:40. I'm going to call to order. Can you call to order? Roll call. Here.
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 Thank you. Chief Serrano. Chief, can you close the door for me, please? Sure. Thank you. Appreciate that. Okay, the meeting is called to order. Due to the declaration of emergency, this meeting is being held pursuant to AB 361, approved by the Governor of California on September 16, 2021. And some or all City Council members may participate in this meeting by teleconference. Pursuant to Imperial County Public Health Guidelines, City Council meetings are now open for public attendance at 100% capacity of the council chambers. Public participation will continue to be available in the following ways. Members of the public are encouraged to watch the meeting via live stream at http://communityspectrum.org live at 6:30 p.m. or via the Calexico City Hall Facebook page at www.facebook.com City of Calexico CA. Members of the public will be able to make public comments in the following ways. In-person comments, submit public comments via email by 2 p.m. on Wednesday, February the 1st, 2021 to our city clerk at email cityclerk@calexicoca.gov or via fax to 760-768-2103. You may also make public comments via Zoom from a PC, Mac, iPad, iPhone, or Android device. And the number to call is 1-669-900-6833. The webinar ID number is 864-6580-9212. And the passcode is 343-399. Please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. And I ask you also to remain standing for the mission statement, pledge, invocation.
Ready? Begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Mission statement.
Together we pledge to provide effective and efficient services in a courteous and respectful manner to improve the quality of life for all in our unique border community. Viva Calexico.
Councilwoman Roma, can you help us with the invocation? Please remain standing. Dígalo en español.
Padre misericordioso, te damos gracias, Señor, por esta comunidad de Calexico y todo el condado del Valle Imperial. Te pedimos salud y bienestar a nuestras familias y en este día en especial por esta reunión que el día de hoy va a tener la ciudad de Calexico. Todo lo pedimos en el nombre de Jesús. Amén.
Amen. Please have a seat.
Approve the agenda. Okay.
Our next item is the approval of the agenda. And before we do that, we have one emergency item to add. It's be the approval to travel to Taipei, Republic of Taiwan by Mayor Moreno and a designee per invitation by Mr. Vincent Chow from Green Rock Energy Ltd., Ying Xing Solar Company.
Correct. And we request that item to be added as item number 5A, and then the current item 5 would be 5B. We would need a vote, a four-fifth vote of the city council to add that item to the agenda.
Thank you. I need a motion to approve.
Motion to approve with emergency item?
Motion made by Mr. Ureña, Vice Mayor Ureña, for approve agenda with addition to the emergency item. Anybody second that?
Second.
Second by Mr. Manzanares. Roll call, please.
Mayor Moreno?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Ureña?
Yes.
Councilmember Garcia?
Yes.
Councilmember Rojo?
Yes.
Councilmember Manzanares?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carried. Announcements. These proceedings may be viewed on the City of Calexico website at www.calexico.ca.gov the Friday following the City Council meeting. Committee hours with Mayor Moreno will be held by appointment. Please call 760-768-2102 to schedule an appointment. Our next item is presentations. And we have a presentation by California Department of Transportation, Caltrans, regarding update on SR 98 project. Oh, yeah, sure.
The microphone?
If you can also use another one, both of you.
Okay.
Right. Yeah.
Sí, sí, sí. Buenas tardes.
Mario Orso. I'm the Chief Deputy District Director for the Caltrans, District 11. And today I have with me Caridad Sanchez, the Deputy District Director for External Affairs, and Daniel Hernandez, our Senior Resident Engineer here in Imperial County. We are here to provide an update on the SR 98 job. And first, I want to say that I'm very, very happy to be here. I've been working with Caltrans for 32 years, and my very first project 30 years ago was here in Imperial County. I've seen some old friends that I dealt with through the years, so I'm very happy to come back. I gave a couple of presentations many years ago here. And, Caltrans is committed to all the projects that we're doing, or our planning efforts, or our mobility efforts. And today we're specifically talking about the 98 job, which is a little bit of a master plan on dealing with border mobility. And it's been a partnership. It complements with a partnership that we had with the City of Imperial, where Caltrans provided funding for the Cesar Chavez improvements. And we will be very happy once this project is finished to continue conversations on the ultimate mobility that is required due to the federal government's modernization of the port of entry. We're also very, very happy that we've been partnering with also Imperial County Transportation Commission on the widening of the Calexico East project and on a future gateway that is being constructed right now. Among many, many other projects, we finished some years ago the I-8 rehab, about 50 miles of that, and several intersections in other cities. So I won't prolong this item, and I'll let Caridad Sanchez provide the update, and both Danielle and myself will be here to support her with any questions. Caridad?
So I get the next slide, please. So in anticipation of the expansion of the Calexico West Port of Entry, ICTC, the city, Caltrans, we've been working together towards better mobility of the Port of Entry. So what we're talking about today is a piece of that project that ultimately will, when it's done, will give us a bit more better mobility, although we have lots of work still to do in and around of the Port of Entry, right? The Port of Entry being built by the federal government. So the first of the three projects before where we are today, of course, is We finished what Caltrans finished widening the 98, which is essentially the first phase before the one that you're currently seeing along the 98 between Williams and Ollie Avenue. We finished that in March of 2018. The city of Calexico completed widening on Cesar Chavez Boulevard, October of 2019, and then we did some maintenance work, operational work in and around SR11, and we finished that work in 2019 and also in 2022. So that brings us to the next sort of conversation. So if you show us the next slide, we wanted to start the overall, so just the overall what the whole project is, and because we don't have money and because construction has impacts, it's broken up into several phases. I broke it up by sort of streets to make it a little bit easier. So essentially, the construction and the work that you're seeing, essentially between Ollie and Rockwood, includes adding new turn lanes, new drainage systems, super important, especially now, and with all of the rain that we maintain that, right? It protects the integrity of our transportation system. You get street lights, signals, ADA compliant ramps. Of course, you get new pavement, and then we get sidewalks, updated sidewalks. So that's the totality of the project. We broke those up by color. So if I get the next slide, this is the work that we did. Began in August of 2020. This project was delayed, as you probably know very well. The contractor defaulted on the contract, and that means that we had to stop work, and there was essentially no work for a long period of time. We had to get through some legal issues with the contractor and with the bond agency. We were able to do that. We took the job over and completed essentially the work that the contractor was supposed to do between August and November of 2022 last year. So you'll see that work essentially between 111 and Ollie Avenue added new signals, a new streetlight, pavement, the sidewalks, ADA compliant ramps, and the drainage system. That's done. In conversations with the city and with the stakeholders, we knew that we needed to take a pause for the holidays, so we waited for the next phase for the winter holidays to be over, and then we started that in January of this year. So next slide, I'll tell you a little bit more about this one. This stage of construction, westbound 98 West Birch Street between 111 and Imperial and Ollie, started this year, just started a few weeks ago, and goes till April of 2023. This is what you're seeing now. The construction today that you'll see at the end when this phase is over, bicycle lane in one direction, one bicycle lane in each direction, a second left turn lane, new signals and streetlights, obviously new pavement, sidewalks, ADA compliant ramps, and drainage systems. All that stuff that's really important, but maybe not so sexy. So that should be done in April of 2023. Once we're done with this phase, all of the construction stuff, the median, the barriers, and all that stuff gets lifted, and then we start to the next phase, right? So we won't be blocking this particular area anymore. Then we'll move on to the next phase. If I get the next slide, this is westbound 98 at Birch Street. Between Rockwood and SR11, Imperial Avenue. This work will begin as soon as we finish that first phase, April of this year, and we expect to be complete by July of 2023. Here, you're going to have new signals, street lights, the pavement, new sidewalks, and ADA compliant ramps. And then finally, the last phase, which should be done will begin in July and completed by October of 2023. What you'll get at the end of this is the continuation of a bike lane in two directions, new streetlights, signals, pavement, sidewalks, ADA compliant ramps, drainage systems, and a bunch of, and some third lane approaches. So that is the sort of the scope of the work with some timelines, and I think we can take questions now. I hope that was understandable. If not, let's go take questions.
Hold on. Anybody have any questions?
Yeah, can we, I don't know if we have a copy of that PowerPoint, if we can make it available to our website, but that's a material.
Absolutely.
And then also, what I would like to see, I know that you're very good at producing press releases, right, with details, and I remember getting some of this information. But also, if you can include some visuals as to how maybe, and I don't know if you know that by that time when you're putting your press release, but how the traffic is going to flow. Because I think those are one of the things that when you go and start putting, blocking the street or the streets, I mean, that's when people just, from one day to the next, I mean, they are driving and they just find out that they can't make a turn or they don't really know what's going to happen.
I mean, the way that now the traffic flows on 98 and Imperial Avenue, I mean, if you're a local, well, you'll get used to it. But if you're coming from out of town, it's really difficult. So if we can do a better job of probably providing additional visuals, doing a little more marketing. I know that you distribute your press releases. It goes to the paper. And I don't know if there's any other way or media that we can put it out there, just to make sure, maybe some advertisement on the streets, billboards type of
Yeah.
thing.
Well, we will develop a more robust communication plan. We hear you. We will be developing, just this presentation, I think it's an upgrade from what we had presented before. And my apologies for that. So we are raising the bar on ourselves. We did also had a prior meeting earlier with ICTC and other ledge reps. They brought exactly the same points. And I think we will be engaging with them and with the city on the best strategies to communicate both with the community, but also with the users that traverse your community, right? You get a lot of people who are either going to work, leisure, whatever, from down south, so we need to also enhance our communications down south, and also social media and the different platforms that we can all leverage as a team. So we'll be engaging with your city manager on the strategies that will probably be the best ones to reach as many people as we can with a more comprehensive visual that will represent what's happening.
Okay. And one more point. I know this is outside of probably scope, but I know with the first phase that took place on 98, a lot of businesses were affected. And unfortunately, there is no way that some of them are qualified for any type of assistance. So I know you can't really make that change, but if somehow we can start, making that through the legislative process, because it's really unfair that, these things happen. And I know you explain and we understand that it was not your fault, but it was the companies doing that, work. So you went after their bond, for you to recoup or whatever you did, to get the project going again, but none of that money or none of that benefit or assistance went to the businesses. And I think now they're suffering. And I mean, some of those businesses, they don't have a plan, they don't have the manpower, they don't have the know-how, how to navigate this whole process. So if your outreach also includes, the local businesses that are going to be affected, some really strong campaign where they can start, making plans, where they can start notifying their customer base, I think it will help too. So
We totally get that. And you have our commitment that will happen. We actually, with Councilmember Ureña, we started visiting business by business individually. We will be doing that with the upcoming phase and coordinating with the entire region. I'm aware, we are aware at Caltrans that there's some bridges in the county that may be functioning or not functioning that also impacts the regional circulation. And, when this project was being designed, that, nobody knew that was going to happen, right? So we need to look at the entire system as we're working, and we'll have Danielle also coordinate with the businesses. There's some very sensitive offices, businesses in that corridor, in the upcoming one, that we really need to have a dialogue of what works for them. And just heads up, you know what, at the end of the day, it's all about talking between all of us. I came a week or 2 weeks here for a meeting, and there was a lot of concerns on the current closure, because there was a perception that closure, where right now the K-rail is, was going to be there until October. And that's our goal coming, saying, no, in April, it's going to be open, and then we're going to pick up, and we're moving to the other side of 111. Always construction will impact it. That's just something, a reality. but we will make an effort to communicate, to provide the number of lanes, communicate the number of lanes that are going to be functioning, the turn moves that may be impacted. We will raise the bar in our level of communication and coordination.
Thank you, Mr. Garcia.
Yeah.
Thank you. No more questions.
Anyone else?
Just very briefly, I'd like to thank you, Mario, Subdirector, Caridad, and Daniel for being here. You made a commitment to rebranding Caltrans and making Caltrans more accessible to Imperial County, and I think you're demonstrating that by coming all the way from San Diego to be here and you know, being very responsive with the visuals that we had asked for. So I definitely want to thank you for that. Publicly, I know we talked about this with our meeting with Esperanza, but publicly, when this phase of April is done, I just wanted to put it out there and for the community as well, that we're trying to see how we can move all the border traffic to Cesar Chavez, and how 98 or that part of 98 is going to have to look to make that happen, whether it's K-rail or traffic control. The city really needs to reduce its traffic control costs, and that piece of 98 is very important.
Yeah, definitely. We're very open to have that conversation. I will remind the city that there was a traffic management plan conducted for both the construction phase and looking at the ultimate traffic circulation. That document has been a living document that's been in existence for several years. We can, from that study, we can have the conversations on what's the best, you know, ideas of traffic patterns. Look, there's multiple agencies who are responsible. You as a city council have a responsibility on your areas. We, Caltrans, on our routes. But if we don't work as a team, we won't be servicing our public, right? That we're labeled there. So we should be taking some objective analysis and taking some maybe hard decisions on determining the right directions of traffic based on multiple situations or conditions that will need to be taken into consideration. We're very open to have that conversation.
Excellent. And then just the last one so that the public knows. I remember the last time you were at the ICTC meeting, I told everybody that out of all those businesses, there was one that was on the brink of eviction by this month. The community did mobilize. It seems like we do have a lot of commitments to make sure, our monetary commitments from the community to make sure that that business is not going to get evicted. And that's the goal, to make sure that those businesses survive so that we can then get them some kind of reimbursement later, right? As long as they survive the construction, we can, you know, start talking about that once they're okay.
Thank you.
Of course.
Thank you, Mr. Raña. Anybody else? No?
Thank you.
Thank.
In October, the entire project will be finished. In April, the current closure, yes.
Maybe the first week for the October.
I don't know that, to be honest, and I'll tell you why that may be an issue. And if we are start to commit, I will be lying to you. So I have to be very transparent. You know, sometimes just laying asphalt has a condition of what's the heat, right? And that may be a delay. We have seen other climate situations. We have supply chain situations. That doesn't mean that we're going to be late, but you know, there are several variables that are really not under our control. So if I would tell you just to look good, yes, the first week in October, I wouldn't be being honest with you and the public.
Thank you so much.
Yes.
Mr. Manzanares?
Just want to concern, well, first of all, thank you for the presentation. I want to echo Councilmember Camilo's comments on the transparency of this project. You know, as somebody who used to travel there for work like every day, from one day to the next, it was just like, where do I go now, right? So I think community needs transparency on that end. As well as, you know, unfortunately, one of the businesses that was there, all of them were affected, right? But this business that Ms. Reina was alluding to got served an eviction notice, and by the end of this month, they might not be there. So I would really appreciate if you know, it wasn't the fault, right? It was the contractor that defaulted, but it's also not their fault as well that this construction went the way that it did. And we're talking about a business from a single mother as well. So any sort of assistance for this, whether it's retroactive as well, We're not sure if it's going to survive the month. Would be appreciated to be looked into.
We have provided our limitations to the city and what we can do and cannot do. And we have been very transparent on what our damage liability normally it covers, right? Which is basically material impacts. I think that there's multiple social programs and different levels of government that we all can try to work together in leveraging information efforts. From our part is the delivery of the project. You know, we will continue working with your city manager on trying to reduce the impacts and trying to provide as much information on the tools available to minimize any impacts.
Thank you.
I'd like to also thank you for tonight's presentation, and on behalf of the city of Calexico, that's a project we've been waiting for a long time. I know we had some setbacks. Aside from that, and I would like to propose maybe exploring the idea of having something similar in our iPhones. Well, when I go to Mexicali and come back, I want to know what the line is to come back at either Sentry, pedestrian, or vehicles, and I do the application, and I know if I go, I plan my trip accordingly. And I know everybody lives here in the county, and in Calexico, we all go to Mexicali or vice versa, they come do this way.
Yeah.
And we know the lines, okay? We just call out, comadre, compadre, tell us where the line's at. We're on social media. But I think for people traveling from the outside coming into our town, we want to be used a friendly community where we can, ahead of time, so we won't have to be in line with everybody else, especially in the farm worker season, where everybody wants to go at one time, and an application would certainly help us to know, oh, okay, maybe I should wait half an hour or a long line. Maybe a mechanism on Imperial Avenue on 111 or even Cesar Chavez where we can know in time that potentially we can help us.
Yeah, we can work and partner with the city of Calexico and Imperial County on pursuing those items. I'll let you in a little bit of a secret. We are actually working on a border wait time system that would measure southbound wait times here in Imperial.
Okay.
Later, as a following phase, we would partner with CBP in Mexico on northbounds, but we are in the process of looking at installation of what's called Wi-Fi readers, and they would measure the weights. Caltrans has an application called Quick Map that gives you the traffic conditions of all the state, snow closures, incidents, cameras. It's not to the level of what you're requesting, to be quite honest, but you could see our border wait time system in San Diego going into Tijuana. So we are working in the design one for Imperial County. Technology moves quite fast, right? So sometimes it's hard to catch up with it. So we would love to partner with you and ICTC to see what we can develop.
Okay, well, we do have Mr. Ureña as a commissioner there, representing the city of Calexico and the whole county. I know he's very active with that, and I'm sure he'll propose something like that, working with your Caltrans.
Sure.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
I believe there were questions from
quick
the
question
public.
from
Oh, I'm sorry. Did somebody had a public comment? Briseño. Huh?
I had a question, but he answered.
Oh, you did? Okay. Briseño.
How long will it take?
Okay, Jerry. Thank you. All right. Briseño, you have something?
I have questions on the bike lanes. Why do it have to be on the middle of the right lane? Not by the curb?
Not where, excuse me?
The bike lanes, if you see over here on 98 by the tracks on the west side, they're right in the middle.
Do you,
It's not by the curb,
It's not by the curb.
it's in
Why do
between
it have to be in
the
the middle?
do you have?
I mean, there's no way that I like to ride my bike, but there's no way I'm
Well, that's a solution coming. I understand, but that's a solution coming from design, and they see a lot of factors. And sometimes when you have a right turn lane, they could have decided that it is better to be in between the right turn lane and the second through lane. Yes, I mean it could be improved. I can talk to design and
We'll talk with traffic operations and with design and see if we can work on it. Normally, the complete streets guidelines for bike lanes, like Daniel says, are set up sometimes when you have a right turn to not have the bike to be conflicting with the right turn, and that's when you move it to the left, right, of the lane, because we're assuming that it's continuing. It's always been an ongoing challenge. Now, the sharing of the road and also the commitment for safety for that bicyclist, right? So it's based on studies, analysis that our headquarters does. But we'll bring it up to traffic operations, see if we can improve the design.
I know you're, in San Diego, we get fined for, I mean, you gotta respect the bike lanes, but I don't know about here.
Yeah, there's always room for improvement. I'll bring it up.
Big o'clock and 5 o'clock.
Yeah, there are federal standards for the bike lanes, but there are different lanes at different locations, so we can take a look at it. But the way that the standards are called for, that's what you do when you have a right turn lane, but we can take a look at it.
Correct. What I can tell you right now is that on this particular project, they are close to the curb, adjacent to the curb.
Not the one going on by.
Yeah, that was a different project and in different conditions as well.
Okay.
But I'll check it out.
Okay. Okay, anybody else? On number one? Good. Yeah.
Thank you for giving me a chance to speak. But my mouse is not going to be gentle. Yes. As for me, it's a shame being in citizens of Calexico, let the city to working with the state. They are humiliating citizens of the Calexico.
Mr. Kim?
Yes.
You address it to us,
Yes,
please.
I just.
To our city council. He's
Okay.
done with his presentation. Please address it to us. Thank you.
It's a shame. Our city council, our city government failed to challenging the state and failed to communicate with the state to let us know that and humiliated. And they never asked, they never called the meeting or public hearings to listening to the community what they needed, what they've been short. Even they have problems, they stopped the work a while, and they were never nothing. And when the state just come to try to explain it, our city officials, which is elected person, look like they're going to fight for that. We all been damaged. Lots of merchants there. I'm not affected by myself, but lots of people down there, the business people, they've been hurt, and not even they don't looking to pay them at least something lost from the business. They didn't do nothing. They tried to deny. Every project they have a street project, they're supposed to have some kind of like a little the cover for their loss. They should have, and they just hiding. And they're not listening to the community because our city is failed to representing us. State has own plan, own schedule, but they don't have to listen to the community because our official doesn't do nothing. Last time I was mentioning is our building departments, even not our project, is supposedly inactive, communicate with the state or county. It has to be looking into our benefit. They were slept. Our council, our official was slept or lazy or they've been humiliated. I don't know. I cannot say something. I should stop here to instead of bring them more word. Some short language, we are shamed and humiliated by our representative. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kim. Anybody else?
Did you guys ever thought of a gridlock simulation during the times that are really transporting cars at most?
I couldn't hear you totally.
Did you guys simulate a gridlock simulation where traffic passes the most?
Normally, we do a synchro simulation. I think that one of the situations that has been an anomaly has been the border itself.
Right.
And the capacity that the border in Mexico, the officers, that we didn't have that information. But when we're doing a project, we normally do a micro simulation. But to be quite honest, adding the layer of complexity of the border, that information wasn't available. We didn't know what Mexico was going to do from a staffing perspective. We will work, I was talking with your management in the city of trying to communicate more with the Customs Authority of Mexico to see if they can staff up in the peak hours when traffic is going southbound. We don't control that, but we can try to facilitate a conversation and express the needs, right, of the additional capacity that's required.
Anyone else? No, thank you for the presentation.
Thank you. You have a very nice evening, all of you.
Thank you. Our next presentation is by Kimberly Maya, Imperial County Office of Education, regarding the AmeriCorps program.
Hi, good afternoon, buenas tardes. My name is Kimberly Maya. I'm from the AmeriCorps Borderlands program. So we're here to talk about who we are and what we do here in Calexico as well as in the Imperial Valley. But before I begin, I just wanted to thank you for giving us the opportunity again to let the community know who we are and what we do. So if I can have the next slide, please. So the AmeriCorps program is a national program that we have throughout the United States. But here in the Imperial Valley, our AmeriCorps program is called AmeriCorps Borderlands Imperial Valley because we are a border county. We do help in tutoring English. So currently we do have 44 members that provide tutoring to children from K through 12 and as well as special education. We provide community service throughout the Imperial Valley to strengthen the communities. And we participate in member development training programs, and we have been serving here in the Valley for 28 years. If I can get the next slide, please. So our members are from in Calexico all the way to Calapat. And again, we do provide English tutoring from kindergarten through 12th grade. And I'll pass it on to one of our members to talk about what he does in one of the schools here in Calexico.
Thank you, Kim. And again, thank you, City Council members. So my name is Julio Tapia. I am a AmeriCorps Borderlands team member. This is actually my second year serving with AmeriCorps, and I actually work at Rockwood Elementary here in Calexico. I began around mid-September, and so far it has been a wonderful experience. I actually have two teachers that I work with very closely, one in kindergarten, one in third grade, and I have my own 9 students that I work with. They're either English language learners or they need English language development because they're behind with their English development. I tutor each student one-on-one or in small groups for about 30 minutes to an hour every day, and my goal is to hopefully get their English development a year ahead with the time allotted that I have throughout the entire school year with that student. So for example, my kinder students, I would need to get them to a first grade English level, and my third grade students, I would need to get them from wherever level they're behind, for example, let's say first grade to second grade. I develop a lot of bonds with my students. We actually have sort of almost a parental role model relationship with them. It is wonderful seeing their development improve over time as we spend more time tutoring and they get adjusted. and seeing them read out their first sentence to me or a paragraph back to me in English, where in the beginning of the school year they had no English skills whatsoever, is actually quite fascinating and something I'm definitely proud of my students. But I'll pass it here back to Kim.
So just like Julio, we do have a lot of members serving here in Calexico. So we have some serving at Cesar Chavez and Mains. In those two school sites, we do help out with special education. So not only do we tutor in English, but we help out our special education students here in Calexico with motor skills and anything that they need to do to reach their goals and succeed in school. We also help out in Rockwood, just like Julio, Jefferson, and the CHS 9th grade campus. So again, we do serve from kindergarten all the way through 12th grade, as well as our alternative education schools. We have an alternative education school here in Calexico, as well as El Centro and Brawley. If I can get the next slide, please. So as AmeriCorps members, we do provide a lot of training. Since we are in school sites, it's very important for us to get these trainings not for only our safety, but for the safety of our students. So every Friday we meet up to get these trainings. We do conflict resolution, we have CPI training, CPR and first aid, and the CERT training, which is Community Emergency Response Team, and a bunch of other trainings as well. We focus on mental health, professional and personal development workshops, child abuse, mandate reporter training, and the ALICE training as well. As AmeriCorps members, we do start hiring people as soon as they graduate from high school. And this is a perfect program for those that are looking into the education field, maybe if they just want to step their toes into the education field, if they want to be a teacher, a principal, a counselor. This program opens so many doors. And maybe if you don't want to do education, we also help you make those connections with other people outside of the community that I'll get into in the next slide, please. So aside from tutoring and working in schools, we do a lot of community service. We are in almost like every event around the Imperial Valley, so we serve at parades, farmers markets, any events that are going on in the community, we help out with certain organizations. So we help out with Best Step Forward, which is an organization that helps out kids with special needs. Right now they're in their baseball season, so we are doing baseball practices with them, you know, getting to know the kids and just being with them. We have helped here in Calexico with the cleanups of the JFK Park, and a lot of various events, as you can see right there. We like to help out the community. If I can get the next slide, please. So we do have a big group of members. We are 44, and we do like to have a little fun. Our members are very competitive, just so we can make the job a little bit more fun. We do separate our members into 4 groups, and they compete against each other, you know, just to make work a little bit fun, just so they don't have the experience of work being like, oh, like I have to work. But yeah, can I get the next slide, please? So as Julio mentioned his experience, I just wanted to mention my experience as well. So last year, I did serve at Calexico High School. As a Calesiana myself, I graduated from Calexico High School, and it's such a rewarding feeling being able to not only give back to the community that raised you, but to the school that I graduated from. And I was able to be the person that I needed when I was in high school. So we encourage people from the community, if you guys are interested in the program, we will be hiring soon. We hire every year as the school year starts. So here is our contact information. If you guys are interested, please reach out. We also invite you guys, if you have any community events going on, please let us know. We would love to help out, not only in Calexico, but everywhere in the Imperial Valley. Thank you.
Yes, yes.
Any comments? Thank you for your dedication and hard work.
And
Appreciate
just thinking,
that.
I think your coordinator's there, right? So
Oh,
get up and introduce
Yeah.
Mr. Carrera. Yeah.
To be here, we got a part of our group,
yeah.
but we do appreciate the work that
Thank you.
Thank you.
And thank all of you, because volunteerism is a very noble thing, and without volunteering, we cannot do this job. So I really appreciate that.
And I know you want to do a cheer. I've been watching you this whole time, so just say whatever you want to say. All right, thank you.
On this subject, yes.
You said you guys have 44 members, and what age is that ranging from?
We start from as soon as you graduate high school, so some of them are 17 or 18. As long as you graduated high school, you can start applying with us.
Okay, so you guys are very active in the community, you guys help out a lot. I'm gonna call you out right now and ask you this question. Would you want to volunteer at the Calexico Animal Shelter?
Yeah, you can reach out to us,
Get a hold of me
let
as
us
well.
know.
Qué bonito.
And the reason why I'm here is to ask you, love to volunteer like you, who care about the city, who want to do that. I look forward to meeting you guys. Perfect, thank you.
Thank you so much, de veras, Kim, for the presentation. I know you know that I'm a former AmeriCorps member, so just want to vouch that that is an excellent opportunity for people coming right out of high school and at any point, right, when they're just need a little guidance. It really did help me open a lot of doors. So thank you so much for your work. I know it's super fun to work there, so I miss it. Así no aplico ahorita.
Okay, anybody else? Nope. Okay, moving on, next item is the public comment and public appearances. Not to exceed 3 minutes. This is the time for the public to address City Council on any item not appearing on the agenda that is within the subject matter jurisdiction of City Council. The mayor will recognize you, and when you come to the microphone, please state your name and place of residence for the record. While members of the public are encouraged to participate, it is unlawful to disturb or delay council meetings with personal or slanderous remarks. The City Council is prohibited by state law from taking action or discussing items not included on the printed agenda. If the item you wish to comment on is on the public portion of the agenda, we will take your comments when we get to the items of the agenda. Please direct your questions and comments to the City Council. Now, so I have a little puzzle here. So I have 9 public comments on item number 7, and we'll reserve those when we get to the item number 7. And I do have 2 generic ones in the public. I'll have those first. First, we're going to have, not yet, but first up here is Jerisel Mendoza, followed by Viridiana Rosales Trujillo. After that, we're going to have Diana Daniels, and then after that, Luz Aid Peroni, Aida Peroni, and then we have Benjamin Sanchez Leal, in that order. And then we do have some online comments. 2 on what item, General? Okay.
Okay. Generic, yeah.
General, your public comments? Okay, and then, yes. Huh? Where is it? Over here? We know where you are. General comments or any item?
Public comments in item 7.
An item seven?
Okay.
Okay. All right. Okay, moving along. The first one is Jerisel Mendoza.
Good evening, Mayor Moreno, Mayor Pro Tem Ureña,
Good evening.
Council and Management. Good evening, citizens of Calexico. My name is Jerisel Mendoza. I'm here to reintroduce myself as the district representative for Senator Steve Padilla. I'm here to provide you services. I will be covering the city of Calexico in particular. I know I've reached out to all of you. I know I've had a meeting with Esperanza already to touch base on a couple of things that are going on here in the city, but just to extend a warm welcome to our office, and also to inform the community that next Friday, February 10th, we will be having a district office open house. Senator Padilla will be here in town from 3 to 5 p.m. We welcome the community to come out and get to meet him. Our office is located on 1224 State Street in El Centro, Suite D. And that's about it, just to let you guys know that we're here and happy to serve you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your dedication, and congratulations on your assignment.
Thank you, I appreciate it.
Our next speaker is Viridiana.
evening, Mayor, City Manager,
Good evening.
and Council. My name is Viridiana Rosales Trujillo, and I am the Acting Interim Manager for the Small Business Development Center. I just wanted to take the opportunity to come and introduce myself personally. We are now part of the Imperial County Workforce Development Office, and we're very happy to continue our services to the community and the business owners of Imperial County. We are a network with San Diego, so the Imperial Valley SBDC is one of 9 centers throughout our network. We have the support of 8 other centers that have specialty teams and assignments out in our San Diego area, and we can always refer our business owners to them if they need special assistance. But we are here, even though our team is small, we are mighty, and I just wanted to make sure that you guys are aware of the services that we provide. We had great numbers and great results in 2022, but we're hitting the ground running this year, and we are hoping to bring more services, more training, more workshops for our business owners. I know that there's business owners in Calexico in need of assistance. We have reached out to them. I'm pleased to announce that at least one of our business owners that has been affected by the Caltrans project is participating in one of our training programs. For 2023, we have a Business Launch Academy that we will continue to hold for those entrepreneurs that are interested in starting a business. And then we will continue our business financial fitness to provide financial literacy for those business owners that are already in existence. Those trainings are tied to a $5,000 grant that the state will provide to propel these business owners start their business and help them grow. So again, I want to make myself available to you. Please feel free to reach out at any point.
May I have a question?
Sure.
I think I spoke with Giselle about the businesses that were impacted by the Highway 98 construction, and she mentioned that she will reach out to you to maybe get together and discuss the businesses that were impacted and see if there's any type of assistance for them.
That is correct. I can't go into discussion for confidentiality in respect of our business owners. I could say that at least one of them we've had contact with, and she is now participating in our business financial fitness course, which will allow her to receive those $5,000 grant towards her business. And if there's any way we can assist, we will continue to look for a way to help her out.
Anyone else?
Thank you, Viridiana, for stopping by. It's great to hear from SBDC. In your marketing, if you have any type of posters or billboards, that we can probably post here in our city hall as people come in to conduct business, so they can see. I know previously we had a kind of like a pop-up banner, so I don't know if there will be something like that you might have, or at least a poster that people can see and get your number or contact. How to get in touch with you. So
yes, and I do want to thank you guys, because I know that the city of Calexico continues to provide information, contact information for our centers. We do get a lot of people that say that they've came to the city of Calexico City Hall, and that's how they were placed in touch with us. So I'm working on providing some type of poster with the QR code where they can just go ahead and scan it on their phone, and they can directly sign up as a client of SBDC, and then we reach out to them for initial consultation.
Thank you.
No, none other than thank you. I'm very familiar with SBDC and that particular state grant, and I'm very grateful for it, for sure.
Just wanted
to thank you so much for your presentation, information given, and of course all the help that you guys bring to the small businesses.
Thank you. We look forward to working with the city of Calexico much closer.
Ms. Romo? Okay. So you took over Giselle's spot?
Currently, yes, I am.
So
the
you've got
interim
some big shoes to fill.
I do. I really do.
Yes, but, yeah, well, I mean, I'm not billionaire, but yeah, so thank you very much. Interesting, I do get day to day I get calls of citizens of Calexico. And one of what's pressing right now, it's obviously the 98 that had so detrimental with issues that had with businesses there. One in particular, they called, and I have her public savings, I want to read it right now, and she's already got an eviction notice. And I was talking to her, and I said, look, I can try, make the connection. I knew Giselle, but now I found out she's going with Senator Padilla's office, so you're coming in. Hopefully we can help this lady, as well as other people in the community and businesses that are on 98. So, yes, I got her number. I'm gonna have you contact her. Maybe you can.
We've had the pleasure of making connection with that client that you're referring to.
Uh-huh.
She is participating in our training program, working towards the $5,000 grant. I had given her my word that I will do everything else that I can to secure funding and see what we can do to help her.
Well,
Would it be possible to leave information in Spanish as well? There might be a great number of people in the downtown Calexico that are in need of funding. They are Spanish speakers, so that would be good.
Oh,
for them.
absolutely. And
Yes.
in fact, the trainings that we provide right now are in Spanish. In order to qualify for the $5,000, you have to go through our Spanish training. We try to develop all of our trainings. So we have a training coming up on how to start your daycare. We are providing that training in collaboration with the ICOE in English tomorrow and the following week in Spanish. We have a collaboration with the Environmental Health Department to provide a training on how to start your food truck. That will be bilingual. And all of our trainings are provided in both English and Spanish for our community.
yo lo voy a decir en español. Si la señora Anabel Lippens me está escuchando por Facebook, pues para mí es una grata noticia y qué bueno que los puedan ayudar. Y señora, pues como le dije, íbamos a tratar de ayudar aquí al municipio. Para eso estamos, para servir a ustedes. Y si lo está viendo, aquí está la ayuda que viene y felicidades. Gracias.
I hope she's not watching because she should be in class till 8 p.m. today. Thank you very much, Council.
Thank you very much.
So that's why she said she had a class to go to, right? Now it makes sense. Good.
Okay, next we have IID Director Javier Gonzalez.
Good afternoon, Honorable Mayor, members of the council, management staff. I put myself as myself, but I'll say something about IID. We're glad that IID again will start with new LED lights. Just during the last study session, IID said that their program of 3 years installing new LEDs, like 400 every year to each city, will be extended to 5 years. So we're hoping that after the 5 years, all Calexico will be now LED. The IID did pass our proposal, which is health, safety, and environmental work group. We're going to start working on things that affect our community, health, safety, and the environment, and that is because of the water. And that's the reason I'm here, to talk about water. Y lo voy a decir en español. Me preocupó un poco porque miré un artículo en el Calexico Chronicle y hablaba que los representantes de nosotros salieron a contar los homeless y contaron 18, que dije yo, está muy bien, que está bajando y bueno para el downtown. Pero luego abajo decían que la ciudad de Calexico va a ser 300 camas, donde era la ortopédica, para los trabajadores del campo de Mexicali que no quieren dormir allá y no quieren hacer cola. Nosotros vamos a pagar, nosotros vamos a pagar por eso. Ustedes van a pagar. ¿Cuándo? Cientos de residentes de Calexico que trabajan en el campo van a perder su trabajo. Porque ahora me habló el Washington Post. La semana pasada me vio el CNN. Quieren hablar con ustedes qué piensan de los recortes de agua, de los impactos que va a hacer el agua. Cientos de residentes de Calexico que trabajan en el campo van a perder su trabajo. Y nosotros les vamos a pagar a los de Mexicali para que vengan a dormir aquí. Cuando ellos tienen unas casotas allá, nuestros campesinos de aquí apenas pueden pagar sus biles. Eso no es justo. Eso no es justo. Eso no es justo. ¿A quién representan? ¿A Calexico o a Mexicali? A Calexico representamos. Este council no sabe la situación que tenemos con el agua. Vino la comisionada desde Washington a hablar con nosotros. El IID ya se comprometió con 250,000. Quieren más. Son 6 estados que nos quieren quitar el agua. Nos quitan el agua, se acaba la agricultura, se acaban los trabajadores del campo. Y estamos preocupados por los de Mexicali, que no quieren hacer fila. Pues ya dije, ahorita habló, pero sí, es muy serio esto, señores. Lo que tenemos que hacer con ese dinero es hacer un contrato con la IBC para empezar a entrenar a los residentes de Calexico del campo para los nuevos trabajos que van a agarrar, porque no va a haber trabajos. Está muy seria la cosa en el campo y los de Calexico van a perder muchos trabajos. No es justo que estemos dándole catering a los de Mexicali. Gracias.
Thank you, Mr. Gonzalez, for your speech. We'll say something.
Just an observation. Hay muchas personas que viven en Mexicali que son calesianos, that we price them out of our city due to the current housing market. Pero trabajan aquí, pagan taxis aquí, sus hijos van a la Jefferson, sus hijos van a la high school, vayan a la madrugada. ¿Cuántos plebes en la escuela no vienen a nuestras escuelas? That we're so proud of them, right? Pero vienen de Mexicali. Because we priced them out because of the current crisis. We're trying to make these families come here again, eventually.
Voy a reservar.
¿En qué año?
Voy a reservar mis comentarios para el City Council Comments, pero dijo unas cosas que no son ni remotamente correctas, ni verídicas. Pero ahorita se las digo, no se preocupe.
Mr. Romo?
No es que estemos preocupados, es otro enfoque. Hay grants también para eso, ahorita lo van a explicar. Y estamos trabajando definitivamente para Calexico según ustedes. Cuando tenga usted alguna duda, le he ofrecido que me hable, me voy a juntar con usted y con mucho gusto le puedo explicar. Es usted un director del IID y sí estamos enterados de los reportes del lago y de las 7 cuencas y de lo que viene. Por supuesto que estamos enterados y muy preocupados, porque la distribución del agua en todas las ciudades es muy probable que efectivamente se va a escasear más del 17%, pero tenemos que trabajar en eso. El mantenimiento también es muy caro. Y queremos, por supuesto, la respuesta de la IEI, que es donde creo que nos pueden ayudar. Gracias, señor Rosales.
Garcia?
I reserve my comments for later.
Okay. Next speaker is Diana Daniels.
Beautiful name.
Thank you.
Se llama como Diana Dianes. Descanse. No sabía que era usted.
Nice to meet you. Hi, everybody. My name is Diana Daniels. I have been in Calexico for 15 years. A lot of you remember me from when I used to come to City Council on a monthly basis. I used to come here all the time. My passion has always been the Calexico Animal Shelter, Patrol, Pound, whatever you want to call it these days. I created a Facebook page 13 years ago called Calexico Border Paws. We are almost at 7,000 people who follow us. I have given myself to Calexico 150%. I can't give myself any more to Calexico. My passion's Calexico. I'm a New Yorker. I've been in Calexico for 15 years. I show up to the city pound every single Saturday of the last 15 years. I've been coming 15 years to Calexico pound. I literally do everything at this dog pound. I wash the blankets, I donate a washer and dryer, I walk the dogs, I take the dogs out of there. I literally drive these dogs from Calexico to Seattle. I've given them homes. I have saved over 1,000 animals in the whole entire Imperial Valley. So the reason why I'm here is to make awareness, guys. There is a pound. It needs help. It's completely run down. We need help, a lot of it. I need volunteers. I need people to come on Saturday, help me clean dogs, wash dogs, walk them, entertain them, make them feel that they're not being neglected anymore. What I'm asking for is this. A couple of years ago before COVID happened, I raised money. I raised money to put the heaters in Calexico. The shelter is completely outdoors. There's no walls. It is freezing. Imagine being in there when it's 20 degrees and laying there on concrete. It sucks. It really, truly does, okay? So I need you guys to go ahead and help me make the heaters better. I bought the heaters. I raised the money. It's there. It's supposed to be put up 13 months ago. We're behind schedule. Why? Because I'm not getting the cooperation from the police department. I'm not getting any cooperation from the city. I need something to be done. It's freezing. It is absolutely cold for these animals, okay? My passion is here. Long term, what I would like to see is to have kind of like one of those tents that you see at weddings that have the flaps that will contain the heat. These animals that are at the pound are freezing. It's not fair. Slowly but surely, I'm getting them out of here. Anytime I can get a dog adopted out of in San Diego, LA, or Seattle, believe me, I do everything in my power that I can. I call them to work, I drive them myself, I spend my own money on gas. I do it every single weekend, and I will keep doing it until I can't do it anymore. I just need the city's help to help me do this. I'm completely tapped out, guys. I need help. I'm exhausted, it's emotionally draining, but I'm doing everything that I can because my passion is Calexico. And I wasn't born here. But man, my passion is here, believe me. I've been here 15 years doing this, and I'm here every single Saturday. Ask the guys at the pound. We have a love-hate relationship, but they know my passion is there. And that's the truth. So I spoke to Mr. Moreno last week. He came up there, he saw the facility, he knows the conditions that they're in. I have been beating this dead horse for 15 years, guys. And I come and go, but I just keep getting just hit and hit again. And sometimes I just can't get up anymore. And sometimes I can. But I need you guys to help me. I really, truly do. After some time, I'm surprised that I haven't left Calexico and quit completely. But it's getting to that point, believe me. But then once I get a great success story, I come back around, and then my battery's recharged again. But it hasn't been recharged for a very long time. And I need you guys to help me to get that battery up there again. Please.
Ms. Daniels,
Sure.
I'm glad you came. Can you please stay for the city council comments as well? There's a little financial point that I want to
Sure,
share with
absolutely,
the community.
absolutely, sure, I can.
I'm also going to reserve that because I know I've been working with you on this project.
Yes.
And I also, by the way, I volunteered back in,
Yes.
before I got into council.
Yes,
And I
he
know
did.
what-
Actually, Mr. Moreno came a bunch of times, and we thought it was pretty funny when he came wearing dress shoes and sweats. We're like, who's this guy? And then he started surely coming around more and more and more, and we appreciate him being there because I've never seen city council members ever come and volunteer, and he did many, many, many times. He scrubbed kennels, he fed the dogs, he walked the dogs, he helped me bathe them. Nobody else at city council in 15 years has done that except for this guy. So thank you, sir, for actually seeing my vision and trying to help out as much as you can.
Thank you,
Not every
Dana.
Saturday,
Thank
but
you.
at least giving a damn a little
Thank
bit.
you, Dana. Thank you. I appreciate it. Yes.
I am aware, sir, but the problem is this, the facility is so small, we don't have enough animal control to do that. I am aware, believe me, I'm working on it. Sir, believe me, I'm working on it. I'm talking to I'm talking to San Diego, I'm talking to LA, I'm talking to Seattle, and we're trying to work something out where I can help out, but I'm one person. So.
Okay, Dana, let's work on the program, and we'll
Yeah.
come back and revisit. We can get direction to staff to help you with that. I'm also want to know what's in your account in terms of finances, because we do have an anonymous sponsor for you for $3,000, but we want to have a business proposal, something that's fixed forever, and that's maintainable and sustainable for years to come, right? So we don't have to be dealing with this stuff. So thank you for that, and we'll be working with you.
Absolutely.
Our next speaker is Ms. Perrone.
So hi, I'm Luz. I'm also going to be talking and raising awareness about the dog pound. We've been trying to save, it's been like 800 to 1,000 dogs that we've been trying to save every year. I'm sorry, I'm very nervous. But I take in dogs that are sick, and they're mostly sick from the dog pound. They go in healthy, they get sick. Why? Because there's only 2 staff members in the whole place, and that means there's only one person taking calls, cleaning 18 dogs, maybe 20 dogs a day. So I think Calexico can do more about it, maybe visit the place, maybe see how it is going. We do our best, like I take in dogs, I foster them, they stay in my house, I give them medicine, I get them better, and then we try to adopt them. We try our best, like it's a very rewarding but very hard thing to do by ourselves. So we want Calexico to raise awareness to the dog pound. It's getting worse every time. People are they're relinquishing their dogs even more. So if we can all help out, maybe a volunteer program, maybe just go and visit, maybe just go volunteer, foster 1 dog a month, anything can help. Also I ask for you guys if you can just like consider this more, because charity starts at home, and they are man's best friend. So if we could work on that, please. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Benjamin Sanchez.
Good evening, Andrew. I do not wish to make any public comments. I'm here to support the option stay as is on item number 7.
Number 7, so you want to speak on number 7? Or just support?
No, it's just...
Okay, got it. Thank you. And then we do have online comments.
Has a lot of concerns over this program of the automatic license plate readers coming into the city. He wanted to express could track patients seeking abortion access into California, which directly affects patients Planned Parenthood serves. We as members of the community affiliated with the only reproductive health agency in the county express our concern on this action and demand the council repeal the plate reader ordinance in order to protect the privacy of city residents and visitors. AB 1242, a law passed in September of 2022, prohibits law enforcement across California from cooperating with out-of-state entities regarding the lawful abortion in California. It also prohibits law enforcement from knowingly arresting a person for aiding in a law abortion in California. When information captured from these plate readers is shared, the potential outcomes for persons seeking abortion care, documented and undocumented, are detrimental and extremely dangerous. At the minimum, it is the duty of the city and law enforcement to state clear policies that dictate how and when and if cameras and information gathered will be used. It is our ask that the city council uphold AB 1242 by repealing its decision altogether on the use of automatic license plate recognition technology. Respectfully, Planned Parenthood Generation Action, Metro Valley Chapter.
Okay, and I have Ms. Novel's Lipman's letter addressed to me. Here, I'm going to read it out, and also the eviction notice that she got. Hopefully, we can help her. So she submitted this letter dated January the 20th, 2023. Dear Mayor Javier Moreno, I am contacting you respectfully concerning an issue that I am encountering at this moment due to the Birch Avenue Highway 98 road work. I am contacting you because I have reached out to other members of the City of Calexico, including Caltrans, and no one is able to help me concerning my problem. My issue is that my business, Tropicana Juice and Fruit Bar, is not gaining any profit, and the losses are causing me to get in debt and lose my business. I received a 30-day notice to terminate tenancy since I was failing behind with my monthly payments because the road work done in front of my business caused people to not have accessibility to enter or park the business premises. I am sure there are other businesses that were affected by Caltrans and nothing was done. The labor work was paused for about 1 year, and this caused my great losses to my income. I'm a single mother raising 4 children, and this is my only source of income. I am currently struggling and stressing due to the 30-day notice I received on January the 18th, 2023. I've invested all my savings into this family project, and I'm very saddened and disappointed of all this situation. Honestly, I feel no help and no support was given or provided to any community member, in parentheses, small business owners, parentheses, affected by this issue by any members of the City of Calexico or Caltrans. Of course, I understand that this is an issue directly through Caltrans, but this is your city, and the city should be involved in the resolution of the problems that arise, like what happened on Birch Avenue. And so I read that, and this is the 30-day notice termination from the landlord to her. It's dated the 18th of January. So having said that, maybe we can help. Perhaps we can reach out to Small Business Development Center and help her out somehow. Okay, so we got the 7 item ready. Mr. Kim, you got 4, 5, and 8. Where are you, Mr. Kim? There you are. So, hold on. We're almost there. Okay, our next.
5, 7, 8.
Yes.
4, 5, 7.
Our next item is City Manager Report.
Good evening, Ms. Daniels. Actually, I made an inspection to the facility, the animal control facility, as well as the kennels. I visited the facility myself. I went directly to see how the conditions and everything. You are absolutely right. And I gave direction to staff to put together a plan to either fix the facility or replace the items that are there, because some of them, I believe, are not fixable anymore. So most likely it will have to be replaced. So they're working on the plan so that we can come back to the city council members and receive an approval. And I'm thinking, and I'm not sure if this is allowable, I still need to consult, or whether or not we can use ARPA funds to replace the facility, because even the conditions and where the workers are is not appealable. So we already taking care of that one. I want to mention also that I participated in the annual point in time count along with 2 city council members. I'm very proud that we took the opportunity to be there at 5 o'clock in the morning and being able to see where they live, how they live, what the conditions are. And I got kudos from my partners that were in the car with me, because we were driving downtown in the alleys, and there was a gentleman cleaning the alleys, and they were clean. And so I was happy at 6 o'clock in the morning. And people has to understand, Calexico has additional traffic on a daily basis. It's not just the residents of Calexico, it's 30,000 people more coming on a daily basis to Calexico. Of course, they're gonna produce trash. Of course, they're gonna be messing out with the streets. Not because they wanna do it, it's just the nature of having so many people in one place. So, but be aware that at 6 o'clock, 5:30 in the morning, 6 o'clock, we were driving by the streets and they were clean. And someone else, a worker from the city, was cleaning the streets. And I'm very proud to see that. We also have discussions with representatives from Senator Alex Padilla, the U.S. Senator Alex Padilla, and the State Senator Stephen Padilla, regarding the financial assistance for asylum seekers so that we can help them to go to the final destination, so they don't become homeless in the city of Calexico. But also we address the issues about the traffic controllers. The city is absorbing the cost of having to control the traffic that is coming from the whole entire county. Not just the county of Imperial. Some people, they go to work to Coachella. They use our port of entry from San Diego, Coachella, Riverside, well, Riverside is in Coachella, Yuma, Arizona. So this border entry gets highly impacted for that community. And it's difficult to understand why the city of Calexico has to bear the expense of more than $600,000 a year from the general fund to absorb that cost. And so I make my comments to the U.S. Senator, as well as Ms. Giselle over here, that it was here from the Senator in California. And hopefully they can give us some answers. The direction that we receive is that we need to approach the federal governments, and I did already put it in writing. We continue coordinating along with Chief Avila and Chief Serrano, the asylum seekers. We're going to be, Chief Avila will be providing an update next council meeting. And I also want to mention that we're working on the monitoring issues pending for the housing and community development so that we can free some of the funding that we have on holdout. And you're going to see today in item number 8, there was a last-minute program that we're going to bring together because the state, due to the report that we submitted to them, that we're taking steps to clear that monitoring issue, they're going to start allowing us to use funding, and that's good news for the city. Thank you.
Our next item is Commissioner reports. None? Next item is City Council comments and reports of meetings attended. Vice Mayor Rodriguez.
Thank you, Mayor Moreno. Gracias a todos. I'm going to try to go between English and Spanish again. Apologies. I am a little bit tired. It has been a very, very long day, but I think what is going to be said is rather important to a lot of the topics that people are here for, whether it's the parks or the animal shelter. It has to do with finances, and this traffic situation is a big part of that. So I just wanted to start, but before I even get to traffic, this whole thing about IID director who has been blasting my Facebook page like every 5 minutes about how Calexico is helping homeless farm workers. building 300 beds, farm worker service center. Yes, that is a project that the city of Calexico has. No, it does not use any of the city's resources. All of it comes through grants. El director Javier González me sigue hostigando esta ciudad diciendo que vamos a usar dinero de la ciudad para ayudar a los campesinos sin hogar en la ciudad de Calexico. Por supuesto que no. Sí vamos a construir un centro de asesoría para estas personas que cruzan a diario a la 1 de la mañana, a las 2 de la mañana, y algunos que duermen en las calles esperando el camión para ir a trabajar, para esas personas que tengan un lonche, para que tengan donde descansar su cabecita cuando crucen. Sí, estamos buscando grants para eso, pero por supuesto en nada nos va a afectar en la ciudad. And number two, economically, you're saying that there's going to be less water. Of course there's going to be less water. Water in this community has been mismanaged by a farmer first strategy by IID. So sí va a haber menos agua porque ha sido mal manejada por el IID tras sus varias décadas de farmer first, de los rancheros primero. Pero tú estás diciendo de que van a recortar agua, menos trabajos para Calexico. Pero sí trabajo para Mexicali. Si recortan el agua y hay menos empleo, va a haber menos empleo para todos. ¿Sí me explico? If we cut water because it's being mismanaged, no es que le va a afectar, hay que recortar agua para que a un calesiano menos trabaje, 2 calesianos menos, 3 calesianos menos, un mexicalense sí, por eso ridiculeces son esas. Por el amor de Dios, van a recortar agua porque la han mal manejado y todos van a tener menos empleo. Y eso ya viene de décadas de las personas que te apoyan. Estos mexicalenses, que les decimos mexicalenses, son American citizens, son green card holders y te dan de comer. Y no pagan property taxes porque no hay vivienda en Calexico, en Imperial, en el centro, en Hopeville. So, si quieres hacerlos americanos, hay que construir casas, hay que construir departamentos y hay que construir donde puedan vivir de este lado porque americanos son y sirven a toda la nación. No le va a costar nada a la ciudad ayudar a estas gentes. 0. Sí, por supuesto. HomeKey, GAFCON, SGSU, Catholic. Sí, te la estoy dando verbalmente. Segundo, traffic. Cuando vi, obviamente he estado viendo, I've been seeing the park conversation. I'm not going to get into the actual topic until number 7. But when I see things like that, I get very sad. Because I know this city has money for football, and it has money for soccer, and it has money for baseball. We can do all of it if we spend our money wisely. Me da mucha tristeza, he estado viendo lo que ha estado en Facebook, y no los culpo, yo sé cómo ha estado esta ciudad por muchos años, y no me voy a meter al tema, pero me da mucha tristeza porque yo sé que hay dinero en esta ciudad, tanto para soccer, como para fútbol americano, como para béisbol. Nomás hay que saber usarlo. Y va a mi punto central, que es esto del traffic control, que es lo que ahorita estamos peleando. En el 2014, bajo, se puede decir, un año normal para la ciudad de Calexico, gastamos $400,000 en traffic control. En el 2018 se abrió la César Chávez y ese precio subió a $650,000 al año. Ahora, en el 2018 había otro cabildo y a ese cabildo le dieron una recomendación de ingeniería. Cierren la Imperial y usen la César Chávez. ¿Por qué? Porque la Imperial tiene muchas intersecciones que se deben controlar, es decir, más personas para controlar. Les construimos la César Chávez para que estuviera autocontrolada con el camellón. El cabildo anterior dijo, muchas gracias ingenieros, no. Y a causa de eso, ese costo subió de $400,000 a $650,000. Pasa el 2020 y cierran la garita nueva. El momento que cierran la garita nueva, todo el tráfico se viene por aquí, por Calexico, ¿verdad? Ya no está dividido. Suben los costos de $650,000 a 850,000. Entre el 2020 y 2023, ahí estamos, 850,000, 850,000 cada año. Este año nos atropellan 4. Y nos dice la compañía, ya no les vamos a dar empleados porque se los siguen atropellando. Entonces ahora los tenemos que hacer empleados. Entonces esos 850,000 ahora figuren $1 millón al año. ¿Qué podemos hacer con $1 millón al año? Oye, por eso somos pobres. Son 10 oficiales, son 2 parques sintéticos nuevos al año, $1 millón al año que estamos gastando en puro traffic control. Es una ridiculez y es lo que he estado luchando en el Transportation Commission. Por eso digo que hay para todo, nomás hay que saber usarlo. Yo fui para atrás como subcomisionado al Transportation Commission porque ellos nos estaban ayudando, dándonos 150,000 por 3 años. Entonces cambia el señor Moreno de la Rosie, cambia la comisión de representación a mí. Y ahorita yo estoy luchando que nos den 250,000. Ahora, les actualizo. El Plancarte, el alcalde de Brole, el George Nava, el Robert Amparano de Imperial, y no me acuerdo cuál otro. Pero estaban diciendo que no es nuestra responsabilidad, allá Calexico, que irresponsables y esto y el otro. Y pues ahí estamos ahorita y se va a traer otra vez al próximo mes. Esta es la clave. Yo algo dije en esa junta y se los comparto muy abiertamente. Tenemos 4 carriles hacia México, ¿verdad? Los ingenieros recomiendan 2. Entonces, nosotros, si no nos ayudan, vamos a cerrar carriles. Porque ¿qué es primero? ¿Traffic control para que todos lleguen un poquito más rápido o los parques de Calexico? O el animal control de Calexico. O el ingeniero que ocupamos para construir los parques que no tenemos, que solamente cuesta 150,000. Ahí estamos. Ese es el punto financiero y por favor no quiero que se peleen porque hay un problema más grande que puede solucionar todo, ¿verdad? I just want to say for the record in English, in 2014, traffic control cost the city of Calexico, and I'm sorry, Mr. Mayor, if I'm going over this a little bit. This is the last one. In 2014, traffic control cost the city of Calexico $400,000. 2018, Cesar Chavez Boulevard opens, and that cost goes up to $650,000. In 2018, when they opened Cesar Chavez, the engineers, like Caltrans just said, recommended to close Imperial Avenue and use only Cesar Chavez for Mexicali. And by close, we mean so that people don't go into Mexicali. Obviously, you still use Imperial Avenue, right? Past City Council took that engineering report and said, thank you, but we're just not going to do that. Y punto. And the costs kept increasing because they ignored the engineering report. 2020, the east port of entry closes, and it still hasn't recovered. That $650,000 went up to $850,000 per year. Fast forward to 2023, we have 4 traffic controllers that are run over within the span of a couple months. Because of that, we're going to probably have to hire these traffic controllers and take on these liabilities and raise their wages. So those $850,000 are going to go up to north of $1 million a year. So what I want to ask the people is, what can this city do with $1 million per year? That's 10 cops on the street every year. That's 2 fully synthetic baseball, football, or soccer fields every single year just with what we're using on traffic control. That's the problem. And that's why I've taken it upon myself to go to ICTC and demand that the rest of the cities pitch in with what is all of our traffic. Or otherwise, out of the 4 lanes that we have, we're going to have to close down some lanes because the parks are first before traffic control, right? Everybody's going to get home a little bit slower, but Calexico has to be first on this one, and we really have to stand up for ourselves in a way that we haven't been doing so. And so that meeting is going to come up again at the end of February, and I'll keep everybody in mind for that. So that's where the basis of my comment comes, where I know that there's money. We're spending $1 million, close to $1 million a year just on traffic control. If we solve our traffic problems, we'll have money for all the things that we're talking about. And it's unfortunate that it has gone on for years, but it's something that we're committed to solving this particular year.
Yeah, okay, thank you. Ms. Romo?
Thank you. Today I attended the opening of the new clinic in the city of Raleigh. In my opinion, it's a very complete clinic, and I congratulate Dr. Bo and his staff. Estuve en Raleigh para la inauguración de la nueva clínica del Dr. Bo, y me dio mucho gusto porque aquí en Calexico, al menos los que han ido a la clínica del doctor, pues ha dado muy buen resultado independientemente del hospital del centro. Ahí atienden también ICTC, meeting, and they did not support us. No soportan apoyar a Calexico todavía por la razón de que se les hace mucho dinero, $250,000 que estamos pidiendo, cuando ya dijo el regidor Ureña que tenemos casi $900,000 en gastos para tráfico. Hay que hacer un cambio en eso, necesitamos muchos recursos ahorita precisamente para parques, recreación. El Departamento de Obras Públicas está trabajando sinceramente a marchas forzadas, pero con muy poco personal y muy poco dinero, y tenemos muy poquitos parques para toda la cantidad de gente que tenemos aquí. Y pues también hay gente que juega, no solamente juega fútbol americano, también juega fútbol soccer, también juega béisbol, y también hay familias que nos han estado mandando cartas que quieren básquetbol, los niños, y también tenis, y por supuesto que quieren una alberca pública, ¿no? Entonces, estamos buscando el tipo de grass que ocupamos, como el parque Baby Ruth, que también tiene un grass desde el 2011. Fuimos a ver y nos dio mucha tristeza ayer al señor Ureña y a mí, porque está bien maltratado, bien seco, todo tirado, como que tiene un año que no pasan por ahí. Hablé con Sister Lupita, que ella, por alguna razón, no me han dado el contrato, el convenio, pero parece que la escuela Vincent usa ese parque para jugar béisbol y fútbol americano, los dos juegos. Y pues sí, queremos ese parque, la verdad, meterle mucho dinero, pero con un césped que no tenga necesidad de estarlo jugando. No es que queramos quitar el béisbol, que quede claro. Estamos buscando la manera de que se sigan jugando los dos equipos y pues tener más gente responsable, ¿no? Y sobre todo el pasto, como dijo el director de IID, vienen recortes de agua y pues ¿cómo le vamos a hacer para regar no solamente los parques y los retention bases, que también los usan como parques, a falta de parques, por supuesto. That's it. Thank you.
Gracias.
Sí, Garcia? Do you want to add something?
Thank you. First, I want to start with honor that I had to attend a event that was held for Mr. Corcoles that was here at our previous meeting. Honor on his retirement for 40.5 years of working for Calexico. I think Mr. Ureña said about, it's about Calexico. I think that's something that we should keep in mind. That is about Calexico. And, individuals like him are the ones that make Calexico great. So I was there, and also I had a chance, even though Mr. Marin was not in attendance, but I know that he also retired a few months back, and he was never even recognized. But I know his coworkers and friends, did buy a plaque for him, and I was able to at least take a picture, and I think Director Gonzalez, delivered that plaque to him. So again, congratulations to him, and I think that's part of what we need to do. It's part of our, and I'll keep repeating myself, it's part of the human element that we have to make sure that we procure. And I'm really happy to see so many of you here today, for whatever reasons that you're here. I think this is important that you attend, that you participate, that you ask questions. Probably you were coming or you're here for specific reasons, but you got to hear firsthand, information such as the presentation from Caltrans, SBDC, all these things that are happening. So I know that we have ways to communicate, but when you come here, you have an opportunity to also express, to also see what happens here. So it's part of our decision-making process. It's part of what we do here also. When we don't hear from you, I mean, it is sad that we are the ones that are making decisions without having your input. I know that you trust, on us, you put your trust in us to make those decisions for you. But when you show up, when we hear you, when we see you, that's what also counts. So thank you for making the time. I know that you probably now you're missing your novela or your sports, but this is worth it. So also, I had an opportunity to attend the SCAG regional meeting where the new delegate for SCAG, that is a very important organization for our region, was elected. And congratulations to Mr. Gil Breveler, our new representative. So that's good coming up. Great projects in the works. Also, let me go back to Mr. Gonzalez. Mr. Gonzalez, I appreciate all your efforts in what you do at IID, from the lighting to now. I think you're getting into a very important topic that has been there forever and for years, water. So what I would like to ask, as you continue in those conversations, not just bringing that information, but maybe making a council member a participant of some sort of committee or some sort of, whatever you put together, or it's there. Because I know you have citizens that are part of the committees or commissions, but I think a council member should be there to make sure that we get first-hand information. I know that you hear very often, but sometimes we miss those details. So it's going to be very crucial. I get it. From conserving water, from being able to survive. And I don't want to, say that the sky is falling. But remember, when you promote our area, we have three things that we usually go out and pitch or make a business pitch to someone that wants to come and invest. That is water, land, and energy. If we lose water, we lose everything. Okay, so I think, it is really important that we engage in those conversations. I know that we should have done it years and years ago, but I'm not going to go back to the past. We're in the present. We need to look forward to the future. So I'm offering myself to be part of those conversations or whatever it is that you're participating, and I'll be more than happy to be there.
Mayor, can I update you guys on this?
Yeah,
I came
sure.
the last month I was here and I told you that the IID approved the 2-on-2. And if you follow the meetings, just last Tuesday I said, I voted no on the water deal because we never had community workshops. And that's the first thing I told the commissioner. Before we voted on this water deal, we should have been talking to you and to the community. We haven't done that. You're right, but I did update you guys last month that this IID approved 2-on-2s. So I think they're going to get started next week. You have President Cardenas and Karim representing Calexico. They'll be meeting with you, contact with you. I got appointed to the county. So we are working on that.
Thank you, appreciate it. Thank you, that's my comment.
Thank you, Mr. Garcia. Gonzalez?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Tuve una junta con la alcaldesa del centro, de la ciudad del centro, y estuvo de acuerdo con lo que se comentó, lo que básicamente es apoya nuestra declaración de emergencia, y me parece que comentó que lo va a tener para votar para la ciudad del centro este 7 de febrero, que la semana que viene, para tener ya junto con nosotros la ciudad de Brole, también como posiblemente la ciudad de Calipatria, apoyándonos al igual que Condado en esta emergencia que declaramos de los migrantes. También quiero hacer unos comentarios, sé que me adelanté un poquito, pero desde aquí estoy mirando una gorra que tiene las dos banderas a la mitad, la americana y mexicana, para recordarle, señor González, que somos una comunidad transfronteriza, ¿verdad? Trabajamos aquí, vivimos allá, a veces al revés, a veces de lado, familiares allá, van a la escuela aquí, universitarios de SDSU que se hacen exitosos, salen de Mexicali también, ¿verdad? El tipo de lenguaje que se usa contra otras personas afecta a la comunidad y a los planes que tenemos en concilio, ¿verdad? Utilizar usted tiene un puesto muy importante, señor González, una de las más poderosas en la región del sur de California, y creo que se la debería tomar un poquito más en serio, así como pues yo no estoy en Facebook nomás diciendo cosas que no estoy 100% informado, ¿verdad? De que el Calexico se está gastando sus dineros, sus taxis en un centro para personas que viven aquí, cuando ya por fin pudieron clarificar que no es así, ¿verdad? Entonces, le recuerdo, usted es un oficial electo al igual que nosotros cuidamos nuestras palabras, así que por favor le pido poquita consideración. Y tengo más comentarios sobre los parques específicamente porque sé que hay bastantes que están aquí por esa razón. Me voy a reservar el resto de mis comentarios en parques para esa sección. Gracias.
Thank you, Mr. Manzanares. Yo voy a ser breve. La primera cosa que tengo que decir es, señora Daniels, Dana, I'm going to work with you on your project date. We have full confidence on our staff that they're going to be able to fulfill your program there. We're coming out of recession. We're coming out of COVID. We've been taking a hit impact on finances and everything, but rest assured that we're doing everything we can, especially with the ARPA funds. Mr. Ureña is a wizard on that. He comes out with numbers, works with the finance department, and trust me, if there's funds there, we're going to be able to help you there. No promise, but I'm full confident that our staff can be able to work with you, okay, on that. Sure, and what we're going to do, once you and I will follow up next week, let them do their job first, they'll report to us, to me, and then we'll get together and we'll come back on the 15th, the next regular city council meeting, and we'll give you an update, how we're progressing with that, okay? Sure. And in the meantime, just continue with volunteers. I'm about to continue to volunteer. Also, you have 2 applications from 2 volunteers. We're also going to look into that, make sure they pass. Those have been handed in for over a week now. I haven't heard any. Right. Well, I'll work into that. Okay, I'll work into that. I just don't want to take too much time on all this because that's operational. I'll take care of that administrative stuff. Also, want to be sure also want to know what you have there on the Collective Border Pass account in terms of financial resources, because I do have, like I said earlier, I do have an anonymous donor who's going to give you $3,000 on that. That's already there. So we'll put more money in the pot because the city can do so much, but we also need people who also contribute, right? Sponsors. So we appreciate that. That's that. Thank you. The other thing also to piggyback on a little bit on what Manzanares was saying with the emergency declaration that we did a couple of weeks ago. I do have a letter here, and I want to recognize the mayor of Calapat. Just submitted a letter today in support of our cause here. Maria Navarro-Folich, mayor of Calipatria. I really thank you for that. Here's a letter. Received it today, effective January 24th, 2023. So thank you, Calipat, for supporting us on this cause. Okay, last and not least, one important thing. Tonight among us is a former professional baseball pitcher and current pitching coach for the San Diego Padres. His name is Coach Ruben Nieblas. He's here with us today. Yeah, thank you. I took the opportunity because he's going to speak. Everybody's going to be speaking out on number 7, the Rodriguez Park and so forth with sports. So I want to take this opportunity to say a few words. Coach Niebla attended Calexico High School and Azusa Pacific University. As a baseball player, he showed a desire for coaching. As a university junior transfer student in 1994, he earned the National Association of Intercollegiate Athletics District Player of the Year. In addition, all Golden State Athletic Conference first team and National Association of Intercollegiate Athletics All-American Honorable Mention, as well as the unofficial title of mentor for his natural ability to help teammates excel. Following his 2-year collegiate career with the Cougars, the Montreal Expos signed him just before the 1995 draft, and he quickly rose through the minor league ranks, playing all three levels in 1 year. After a successful 5-year run, he transitioned into coaching during his 2 years in Columbus. As a pitcher, he played minor league baseball from 1995 to 2000, with teams in the Montreal Expos and the Los Angeles Dodgers, and in independent baseball leagues. He was with the Cleveland Indians since 2001, and as a coach at multiple levels, and as a coaching assistant in 2010. Overall, he spent 21 seasons with the Cleveland team. Coach Niebla was also Mexico's pitching coach when the team qualified for the Tokyo Olympics in 2019. Coach Niebla was hired as the San Diego Padres pitching coach on October 2021. Coach Niebla, you're a positive role model and a mentor for everyone. You have inspired us beyond your physical skills training, involving your own development of life skills, confidence, resilience, and social participation. Off the field, you continue to involve in the lives of everyone, actively promoting positive messages about healthy living, social responsibility, and education. The lesson everyone here tonight should take note of is to always give your best. Coach Niebla, it gives me a great pleasure to give you the Mayor's Recognition Award for your achievements and invaluable commitment to sports and Calexico. We're gonna get one right here.
¿Dónde sacó ese?
No, this is thank you very much, first of all. This was definitely unexpected. I was not here for this reason. Obviously, as you guys can tell, but no, I appreciate you guys hosting this, and obviously, God, I'm lost of words right now, but very humbling, and for you guys that are out here, it's like, yes, born and raised and grew up in this community, and I'm very proud, and to be able to be back here and then receive this. Mr. Mayor, I don't know how you pulled this off because you just found out I was coming today. So, but I appreciate it. Thank you very much, and I'll be talking to you guys in a little bit again. Okay.
Yeah.
Ahora sí ya tengo más para mostrar mi amor en San Diego.
It's okay.
Ahí te lo vas a subir a tu meeting.
All right, next item is consent agenda. All matters listed on the consent calendar are to be considered routine by the City Council, Calexico Community Redevelopment Agency, successor agency, or Calexico Financing Authority, and will be enacted by one motion in the form listed. Any items may be removed from the consent calendar and considered separately by the City Council. The only thing I'm going to recommend is, if it's okay with up here, we can approve this, is have item number 7, get it out of the way, because there's a lot of people here, we waiting all night, if it's okay.
I agree.
Okay, so I need a motion to, for that.
Do we have a public comment on one of these items? I think on number 4.
Mr. Kim.
Number 4.
Yeah. We gotta vote for it, right? We gotta approve it.
Yeah, before we.
Okay. We're doing 7 before the consent agenda.
7 before the consent? Okay.
No, it's fine. It's fine.
Yeah.
Yeah, so just do number 7. And then we'll go to
Yeah,
consent.
exactly.
Yeah,
I got it.
You're good. You're good. And you don't need a vote for that.
Okay.
Move 7 up.
Uh-huh. Yeah.
All right. So, moving item with 7. We have our VIP tonight, the first in line, Mr. Ruben Niebla. That's better.
There you go. Yeah.
Well, this was a quick turnaround. Thank you for having me again. I guess item 7 is what we're calling it, is something that is the reason why I'm here, obviously. And as we continue to roll through these meetings, getting more and more information, I thank you very much for you guys, for the information that you guys have been providing at this point. As I'm driving over here, I was not preparing for the presentation or the conversation that we were going to have here. But one of the things that I really took note of as I was driving in, as I picked up my dad and I was driving in towards the city council meeting, was the huge lights that are at Rockwood School there that I had not noticed. Those are beautiful. One of the things I did notice, though, that they didn't light up the softball field. They only lit up the soccer field, I would imagine. One of the other things that I noticed is right here on Emerson Street is growing up and playing on the Little League field over here. The lights are off, the gates are closed. And as I walk in here and continue to think about these things, it's like this is a common theme, it seems like. And one of the conversation pieces that we're here for is obviously Rodriguez Park. I grew up and was growing up and raised here playing in 2 parks, Emerson Field, Little League, and Rodriguez Park. Only my last 2 years of baseball did I play at the high school, because at that point they didn't have a fence, so they moved our games in a high school playing into Rodriguez. So there's 2 parks that I played in basically as a youngster growing up. Very fortunate to now be the pitching coach for the San Diego Padres, obviously. And going back to like where this all started and where we began, it's Emerson Field and Rodriguez Field. One of the things that's on the table is possibly discussing about making Rodriguez Field a multi-field or multi-sport field to be able to have soccer, football, possibly and baseball. I think that's one of the things that's presented. I'm opposed to that, obviously. Rodriguez Field is a baseball field. It always has been a baseball field. It has turned into a soccer field and into a football field just recently in the last few years. Last year, I spent a lot of time at Rodriguez Field helping prep the field. My brother had a travel ball team that practiced there, helping him prep the field and clean that up. One of the things that we couldn't do, though, is actually hit ground balls to the outfielders because it became very dangerous. One of the balls popped up because there was a hole in the outfield, popped up and hit a kid in the mouth. As you walk the outfield of Rodriguez Park, there's a lot of holes. So it's not something that is playable right now to be able to play baseball. It's not safe because there is football tracks and soccer tracks there. So I've always said this, and this has always been my argument. You can turn any baseball field into a soccer or football field, as we have there, as we do at our alma mater, Calexico High School. The baseball field is a soccer field for the PE classes. You can do that, but you can't turn a soccer field or a football field into a baseball field. So if you are taking that away or making it one, then we're literally taking away the ability to play baseball year-round there. We are fortunate to live in a community, in an area where baseball can be played year-round, as well as soccer. Absolutely. Football's a little bit more seasonal here, to be honest, right? But we are fortunate to be able to play year-round baseball. Let's not take away that ability from our kids, because we only have one field in this community, one field where we can play 13 and above age baseball. And it sounds like we're heading in the right direction. It sounds like we can put together a plan, and it sounds like we can save this, and I really will applaud you for doing that, so please keep digging into it. And again, thank you for having me.
Thank you. Mr. Gonzalez, you're up.
Otra vez, this is Javier Gonzalez, 237 Hernandez. First, I want to respond to Mr. Manzanares. Mr. Manzanares, nobody was talking about the Mexican people. We were talking about you, what you're focusing on.
Mr. Gonzalez, you said number 7. We're talking about number 7.
Yeah, but it's going to parks. So,
yeah.
The way you talked about it, have you gone to our parks? Have you gone to Kennedy Parks where he started playing? Ruben Niebla didn't mention, he started at the Kennedy Park. All the broken lights and everything. Have you focused on that? Okay, have you been to the Kennedy Garden Parks? Have you walked through? Have you seen the lights? Have you seen the basketball court? Okay. We pay Metro H through property taxes. We do that. The citizens of the residents of Calexico and we haven't seen, at least we don't blame you, for the last couple of years the Metro H hasn't reported to the citizens. The Metro H hasn't given an update where our money is being spent. And now I don't know if Mr. Niebla knows that, yeah, those lights that are in Rodriguez Park, they're not fit for a soccer park. They're rounded, so I don't know how they want to turn it into a football field. Because in a football field, you're like that. That has one in the back, one in the first base, third base, and 2 in the outfield. So I don't know how you guys want to turn it unless you want to redo the whole lighting. But what I'm here for is in support baseball. They have Little League, a new league started, which is the PFC, which is Performance Sports Network. Now I talked to Pop Warner. They said that there was no request from Pop Warner for a football field. I don't know if the school submitted a request for a football field. So where is this coming from? That's my question. So let's keep it as a baseball field. The baseball is more. I think there's a new league. The Calexico High School, they just started a league because they reached out to me for sponsorship. There's a lot of baseball need. I understand the football need, but as far as I'm concerned, Pop Warner hasn't requested any new fields. I remember they were requesting the Crummet Park, which is closed. That's another park you need to take a look at. It's just closed. They were requesting that for Pop Warner. Las Casitas Park hasn't been used for the same reason Mr. Niebla says. It's a lot of holes. So you guys have a lot of need before you want to take on another responsibility. I mean, I don't know. What's the other? It was made for football and soccer. It's Nosotros Park. I was the recreation department when we inaugurated. It was great. It's a football field. What happened to that? Why don't we focus on those and keep Babe Ruth as it is? Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Kim, you're next.
Thank you again. I'm gonna short, but there's more impact. And our parks actually supposed to have spend money. We have a fund from the Major H. But Major H never had a meeting, long time, and city spending Major H money. I don't know where. It's the Major H money is supposed to be park and our safety. And we have issues with safety. I'm gonna bring this further later, but the thing is, parks. We have money, we have a place, but we're failing managing our resource for the sport for our citizens. I believe they have a lot of soccer ball. They have a lot of areas they can play the games. They are successfully running it. And the baseball we have one. And now our city council want to take away from what is here. I know that our council members is sordo, but I didn't know they lost the sight or they lost the think about it. Where is the citizens? We all has to be. There has to be help instead of take away from them, discouraging from them. Every sectors, everybody's have a different talent. We have to support all those areas, not only one sport. Each sport they are deserved to support by our city and the city officials. And we are failing to help them. We are failed to provide decent facility and decent condition, but we are failing not even fair distribution our support. City is supposed to give them to award it, to help them, so they can run themselves again. And how many times they came here to ask the help? But instead of it, because they didn't come to ask the help, you guys doesn't see them. They are part of this, our citizens. We need to help them to success instead of take away from them. Please don't discourage them. Then let them have and let them help. When I was council, when we had our sign, I was mayor. I was ordered to the city manager install the scoreboard.
50 seconds, Mr. Kim.
Yeah. So please don't ignore our citizens. And you guys spend a lot of time to argue with the community members. You can do that. Whatever you don't like it, you want to have a discussion like today, attacking some person, they're attacking each other, it's not proper way.
All right, thank you, Mr. Kim. Our next speaker is Jerry Espinosa.
Me está durmiendo ya. City Council, Gary Espinosa, 2116 Descanso Drive. A citizen, thank you for being here, guys. I'm very excited to watch what you guys are doing. The only advice I give you, man, is don't take it personally, you know. Don't take it personally. Nothing, you know. Because I see that sometimes egos get in the way, you know. And that's something that I just observed, right? Well, I'm here to talk about the baseball field. As my colleague here, Ruben Niebla, said, we grew up playing baseball. I played baseball my life until I couldn't after 21, 22, whatever. But anyways, just as him, I think he said it everything because we knew each other. We grew up playing baseball. And there was two fields, and he's right, Emerson and Babe Ruth. That's all we had, you know. And then after that, we went to Calexico High. We played Calexico High, and that was, you know, something beautiful that we played too. But anyways, in return to what I'm trying to get at is, I think we shouldn't take something away that we already have. Okay, there's a lot of good baseball players here in Calexico, a lot. I don't know if you guys have any people that play baseball, family members, but there was a lot of talent here, a lot of talent. And the talent is only stopping here at Little League because we don't have another park unless you play high school ball, right? I mean, reality, that's what it is. Or you go to Mexicali and play like we did because Mr. Nieves will take us that to go play down there. But, you know, that was a commitment for him to take us every Saturday or Sunday, whatever games we had. And I'm here to tell you, please, just keep it in mind that don't take away something that we already have, okay? And like Ruben said, I have not paid attention to the fields as walking through it. I'm sure he knows what he's talking about. And those funds that are here, if that could be allocated for that, that would be great. I think that's what it should be done, right? I know there's Vincent that plays there too, my understanding. I'm sure they don't cooperate in anything because they just see the park there and they go out there and do what they got to do, right? And I've seen that for many years, you know, growing up here. I've seen that. So, you know, I'm just here in favor of saying, please don't take away something we already have, okay? Please. Think about it, do the right decisions as you guys are doing. And there's two persons here that I want to make sure that they get honored here. Antonio Roldan and Jesse Garcia, who will take the time to go and fix that baseball field on their time off.
15 seconds.
Okay. And, you know, he would ask for money for plywood or whatever it was, you know. And that means a lot. There's a lot of heart in that, to do that, you know, off your time. Okay? So please, like I said, just do the right thing, keep it as a baseball field, and, you know, watch us grow a little bit bigger now. Okay?
Okay. Thank you, Jerry.
All right, thank you.
Our next speaker is Javier Lopez.
Mr. Mayor, Mr. Moreno,
Buenas noches.
Councilman, Javier Lopez, 1101 Holdred Street. You know that park has a history. I remember when I coached many years ago, some of the players are here that I used to coach, my sons, that fortunately Ruben helped them with his pitching, and he got a scholarship to San Jose State, full ride, I remember. And he also, I think he got drafted. I used to go coach there, and people from Vincent Memorial High would come and kick me out. And I would say, what do you mean? This is a private school. Why are you kicking me out? So I would get kicked out. And I would come to the city council. I was directed to the city manager at that time. He said, oh, no, don't worry about it. But when we went, I would still get kicked out. And my question is, why does, I'm not against the church, you know, but why is Vincent Memorial High there? We couldn't practice, and I'm sure now we need more teams from the city there. Taxpayers, you know, that can't afford a private school. I know it's a very expensive school. I sent one of my kids there. It was $500 a month and $1,000 in registration. I'm sure the church can afford their own baseball field. Plus, they don't pay taxes. That, you know, that really is something that bothers me. Why do the taxpayers like us can't play there? Why are they there? Why are they tearing up the field with their football? That's my question. You know, that's not right. Anyway, that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Tony, you're next. You got a lot to say, Tony.
Antonio Roldán, 924 Adler. Y tiene razón, pues, porque mira, yo me he dado muchas dietadas porque le doy mantenimiento al campo. Y estaba la liga de béisbol de 13, 14, 15. Y vinieron los ambientes, se metieron y los niños tuvieron que salir. Dije, pues, ¿de qué privilegio gozan? Dije, no, eso no está bien. Nosotros arreglamos el campo, ¿sabes? Ayudarles, yo les ayudo a todos ellos. Siguen cobrar voluntariamente. Y miro eso y destruyen el campo el outfield. Lo destruyen poniendo fútbol, como dice el de Niebla. ¿Sabes? Que te caes, está bien peligroso. Yo no estoy en contra tampoco de la Vincent, de que no quiero que, pero no nos ayudan en nada. Les pedí ayuda y me mandaron a la fregada. Sí. Y eso quiero que a ver si pueden hacer algo que con la escuela esa, porque hacen lo que quieren, sacan a los niños que tienen el derecho de jugar ahí. ¿Ves? Eso está bien mal para los niños. Es su campo, ¿ves? Es todo lo que quieren, porque ya dijeron ellos, ya dijeron todo lo que tenían que decir. Y no estamos enojados ni nada porque estamos atendiendo a ustedes. Por eso votamos por ustedes y por algo, porque son buenos. ¿Sí? Gracias.
Gracias, Tony. Our next speaker is Enrique Ortiz. Yeah, we'll get you a microphone. Yeah, we'll get you. Then, hold on. Yeah. Por aquí, véngase. Acá. Ah, ahí está.
Hello.
Spanish. Buenas noches a todos. Yo estoy aquí representando.
Sí.
Sí.
Ahí está.
Buenas noches a todos. Yo estoy representando a Calexico Little League. Mi nombre es Enrique Ortiz, 926 Alameda, Calexico, y orgullosamente. Rubén lo dijo, Calexico necesita ese parque para los niños de 13 and above. Es el único parque donde pueden ellos disfrutar del béisbol, ¿no? Como debe de ser. Yo estoy preguntando, ¿quién vino con esas ideas de agregar un parque de fútbol, soccer, etcétera? ¿Quién fue la persona? ¿Nadie? Ok. Hace años ese parque estaba abandonado. Se lo pedimos a Jamie en parques y nos dijo que no estaba disponible porque las hierbas estaban grandísimas, graffiti, dugouts destrozados, porquerías en todas partes. Y decidimos, con el permiso de Jamie, pintar las dugouts, limpiar y todo. Y de repente surgieron equipos de cierta escuela ahí enfrente que se metieron. Ahora tienen béisbol, football, and flag football that I know of. Okay? So, estoy aquí de nuevo representando a mis hijos y a todos los niños de aquí de Calexico y pedirles a ustedes que consideren no hacer lo que quieren hacer ciertas personas. Darles esa oportunidad a los niños de que puedan ejercer su deporte favorito. Muchas gracias.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Jennifer Lopez. Not the Jennifer Lopez. That's her name.
Good evening, councilmen,
Good evening.
management, and citizens of Calexico. I'm going to start off with what I wrote, but then all the comments kind of made me go on a little spiral of just some more insight to some of the misconceptions that were said. So my name is Jennifer Lopez. I reside on the 1200 block of Holdridge Street, and I am here today to speak on agenda item 7 and asking that the council consider option 2. Although I ask you to consider option 2, as a taxpayer of this community, I stand in front of you frustrated on yet another park restoration proposal when so many projects in our city are unfinished. Without a doubt, Rodriguez Park is up for restoration and improvement, but we currently have an unfinished project, Cordova Park, that sits there unfinished. Last spring, citizens were told that these fields would be complete and available for spring 2023 Little League. It continues to sit there unfinished and in compliance with ADA. How can we, the people of citizens, taxpayers of this community, entrust that the vote on such proposal will have a positive result when residents continuously are duped with false promises? On top of unfinished Cordova Park complex, we the citizens of Calexico are patiently awaiting Heber Park. In August of 2021, Calexico Chronicle published a story on the $8.5 billion funded rehabilitation project with a projected finish date of summer, August 2023. The city, as the article stated, received the $8.5 million grant funds in February 2020. The 5-acre project with a proposed first ever city multi-sport gymnasium remains non-existent. We stand here in the city of false promises, missed or unused funds, little accountability, and a lack of unfinished business, which has resulted in what we now refer to as a transient town. I propose that the council highly considers option 2, with the fiscal impact of $75,000, with Rodriguez Park, that Rodriguez Park stays as is and is restored with ARPA funds. Although option 3 sounds enticing, with the partial conversion of the field into a football field, it poses a problem. To begin with, the personnel to maintain such a field is non-existent in the city. Public Works is currently up against limited personnel, limited resources to upkeep with the needs of our city. In addition, we currently have Warfield available for any party, person, or organization seeking to use a football field following the proper protocols and procedures to request facilities through Calexico Unified School District. I'm also strongly opposing option B, as I have been informed that the proposal favors a school and students in which the vast majority of that population do not serve as taxpayers of this community. You see, I've been raised with the notion that if I present a problem, I should either be part of the solution or present a solution. Since Rodriguez Park is highly used by Vincent Memorial Athletics, they, as stakeholders and users of the field, should have a financial obligation to the betterment of this park. Just as the city works with the Calexico Unified School District, and they're not obligated to support the youth with the gym and pool, Vincent Memorial High School should be doing the same with Rodriguez Park. Another solution is to consider Nosotros Park, as it once was a vivid park that was a home to many skaters, soccer players, and anyone who actually wanted to practice flag football. We need to become more resourceful, and this is where I kind of deviate from my writing. The city shouldn't also have to rely on Calexico Unified School District for their facilities. We need to hold people accountable. We voted for Measure H for parks and safety, and we have neither. And it's not about baseball, it's not about football, it's not about us versus them. Because at the end of the day, Jamie houses jazz players, ballerinas, they have actresses, actors, they have a variety of recreation that could possibly benefit from a multi-purpose facility, and we don't have one.
50 seconds, please. Thank you.
All I ask is that you start working together for a promising tomorrow. My youngest is 8. He has asked me to take him to a skate park that we no longer have one. He asked me that he wants to play football, but we no longer have Pop Warner. He asked me to see fireworks, and we can't even have that for him on the 4th of July. There's a lot that needs to be done, and a football field at Rodriguez Park isn't one.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Carmen Estrada.
Buenas noches.
Buenas noches.
Soy Carmen Estrada, soy parte de la comisión de aquí de Calexico y soy presidenta y fundadora de la Liga de Calexico Parents Athletic League. Primeramente, papás, los felicito porque tienen la educación para pasar al frente como hablaron. Felicidades, felicidades papás, porque es muy triste estar yo aquí y todas las personas de béisbol las conozco, porque mi familia es 100% beisbolista, 100%, mis nietos. Yo simplemente tomé la liga de soccer, 2 equipos que empecé hace 7 años, porque fue un programa discriminado soccer. Y yo soy una persona retadora para lo bueno, no retadora para lo malo. Es muy triste que 1 o 2 personas haya hecho esto, lo que está pasando aquí, mentir, porque la liga de soccer nunca está pidiendo el campo de béisbol. Nosotros lo reprobamos. No puede ser hacer inventos y levantar al pueblo en acción para la guerra. No podemos entrar en esas mentiras. Nosotros estamos para todos los deportes. Y sí, lo que yo he estado viniendo aquí a hablar con ustedes es que se continúe el Parque Córdoba, porque Calexico soccer no tiene ningún campo, ya se aprobó con ciertos fondos. Igual béisbol tiene 3 campos inactivos. Hay que terminar ese parque y continuar Giver. Tenemos que tener conciencia de que tenemos que terminar primero un proyecto y empezar el otro. Eso es todo y muchas gracias, papás.
Gracias. Memo, ¿ibas a hablar?
Nomás quería decir algo.
Ahí, por favor, sí, al micrófono.
ahorita que están hablando del parque, a mí una vez cuando estaba en la Armenta, el manager que no me quería, me mandó a limpiar ese parque que estaba arrumbado. Me mandó que lo limpiara. Lo limpié, duré 2 meses para limpiarlo. Yo solo. No me mandó ayuda ni nada. Todo lo dejé. Que cuidado, que ahí está el señor Víctor que me dio un certificado. Como me había dejado. Sí, pues el Víctor ahí me dio un certificado y se lo agradezco. Porque me dio un certificado porque el parque lo dejé. Lo necesito. Ahora mi muchacho va a ensayar ahí, el más chico de mis hijos, y también él se encargó de limpiarlo. Todos ahí andaban ensayando con los niños y todo, y también lo tenía limpio. Por eso es lo que digo, que ese parque hay que guardarlo, hay que hacer algo por él. Porque ahí en ese parque jugaron los Águilas, jugaron de San Diego, varios equipos grandes. Fueron ahí a jugar, a ensayar. Por eso es lo que digo, que para mí me duele eso de que el parque pues lo dejen abandonado. El chiste es que darle. Y estoy oyendo por ahí que este concilio que tenemos les gusta la recreación y parece que vamos a ir para adelante. Gracias.
Gracias, mi amor. You, go ahead.
¿Qué tal? Buenas noches, mi nombre es Alfonso Martínez. Yo he sido coach por 23 años. En Calexico tengo apenas 20 años. Y aquí he sido como unos 14 años de coach aquí. Creo que se nos ha olvidado a todos que los parques, los deportes que se necesita aquí en Calexico es para mejorar la misma gente, la misma comunidad. Porque el deporte lo que nos enseña es ganar y perder en la vida y luchar por lo que queremos y por nuestros sueños. Por eso yo sí les pido que nos ayuden. Ahorita se acabó la liga de softball de niñas y ahí está la señora coach Briseño. Cuando empecé el equipo yo con su niña, era un pedacito chiquito que el jueves pasado, que después de 11 años, me enteré que donde entrenaba está contaminado ese campo. Y lo escuché en un restaurante. Yo sin saber, yo traía las niñas ahí, ¿se acuerda, coach? El que está creo en Anaya por la Store Market, acá atrás. Y me quedé como que está contaminado. Si yo entrené con las niñas 5 años ahí. ¿Y cómo es eso, me entiendes? Y lo escuché y hasta después yo supe que veo. Me tuve que ir de Calexico con equipo, mi equipo que fue el señor Rubén y sus hermanos me brindaron el nombre de Football con Trouble Team, pero me tuve que ir de Calexico porque no había campos. Ahorita, gracias a Dios, tenemos un futuro muy grande en fútbol, prometedor de esas niñas, que es la última que hay, por el señor Coach Mateo, por mí, Able Esquer, todos estos que hemos echado ganas. Pero nomás no se olviden que lo que hacemos por los niños es para tener buena gente aquí en Calexico, mejorar. El señor Ureña se fue de aquí y regresó. ¿Sí? Entonces se trata de eso, hay gente joven, hay coaches nuevos, hay todo. Hay un ejemplo sobre todo el señor Rubén. Hay mucho talento en Calexico, pero no lo podemos explotar como coaches. ¿Por qué? Porque no hay lugares. Ahora estoy apoyando yo, señor Bardo Gutiérrez, ahí en su gimnasio de Calexico Boxing. Igual también yo dono mi tiempo con él. Sí. Y miro cómo le batallan también él. Entonces, sí, lo que es el punto que quiero. El tráfico, el deporte, ¿qué queremos? Mejores personas. Sí. Agarré unas vacaciones. Agarré ya 11 años, ya mi mamá la miraba, y ya. Mi esposa me decía, ¿qué onda? Ya cálmate. Pero sigo apoyándolos a ellos, estoy en Club de Baja Runners. Ahí me doy cuenta cuántos niños llegan y hacemos fundraiser y todo, les ayudamos lo más que se pueda. Miren ustedes miran el periódico y todo, cómo hay tantas ya scholarships que están saliendo aquí de Calexico.
¿Alguien me puede decir qué tantos niños de Calexico están jugando béisbol?
Sí.
Hay 22 equipos.
Wow.
Niños para la Calexico Little, 270.
270 niños.
That's besides travel ball, PFA, CT, that's besides that. Only for Calexico Little League, 270 kids.
¿Y 24
Is that boys teams or girls teams too included? Girls included.
But we no longer have a softball female league.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because of the lack of playing field.
Well, lack of playing fields, and the reality is it's kind of what Ms. Danielle's left. The volunteers run dry.
Yeah.
And that's what kind of runs our city, a bunch of volunteers that kind of drive our community forward. If you ask the crowd to raise their hand, how many of them contributed to the beautification of the park, I want to say more than half of the people here can raise their hand.
So let me ask you this, a general question for everybody who's in sports, obviously, because I don't know any better. How many of all these organizations have really gone to the Parks and Recreation Commission of Calexico to address all these issues so we can work together? How many, I mean, has anybody brought it up to the, because those commissions exist for that reason.
Yeah.
We appoint people there that we trust and to take care of all these issues, so when it comes up here, we all vote for those best for the citizens of Calexico. So that's the thing we have to also work and to address those deficiencies at those commissions, not only the Parks and Recreation, but other commissions as well.
Señor Esperanza, tendremos la estadística en la ciudad de Calexico por equipos, por juegos, de cuántos niños de Calexico juegan, por ejemplo, fútbol americano, por ejemplo, softball, cuántos niños juegan béisbol, soccer, básquetbol, tenis, o sea, ¿tenemos esa estadística? No
No,
sé,
pero-
la señorita Norma o la señorita Balomir.
No, pero la podemos
Sí,
conseguir
tenemos.
para la
¿Sí?
siguiente junta. Sí.
Muy bien, muchas gracias.
Before we continue, Mr. Mayor, if this is the last public comment, I do have some information for,
On that,
for
okay,
the conversation.
Para cerrar,
sí.
nomás acuérdense, he estado en muchas inauguraciones de varias, yo he estado en soccer, también ayudaba a la señora, y he estado en softball y en béisbol, y he estado en el básquet, y no, yo le echo muchas ganas, y no soy de Calexico, y como si fuera mío, ¿entiendes? Pero sí, lo que yo digo que todos los candidatos se paran un rato, hasta con nosotros los baja runner, y ya no los volvemos a ver en toda la vida, y eso es muy triste.
Pero ya cambiamos
¿Por qué?
eso, ya cambiamos
no,
eso.
No, yo sé.
Aquí
Y
estamos
los
todos.
invito a los juegos del distrito, de aquí
Gracias.
del
Gracias.
distrito, de high school, ahora los invito para que vean que hay talento y que si ustedes siguen ayudando, vamos a tener mejor gente.
Gracias. Anybody else? Gabby.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, members of the council. I'm starstruck. I would have brought my jersey if I would have known you were going to be here. Jeez. I'm in opposition number 2. I think that if we do have money, we should fix up Rodriguez Park, if we have those holes out there.
Right.
So I know there's a lot of soccer. They need a soccer field. We need to find land so they have their own soccer field. The only thing I want to say about a baseball field is that a baseball field is a diamond. A soccer is rectangular. So I'm not sure how you could fit it in. So it takes a lot of design. I think we're looking at 100,000. It's not enough. So commission didn't show up last month. Parks and Rec Commission? No members? Where do they go? Let's talk to them.
Yep.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Susan, go ahead.
Hi. Susana Favela, 405 Grant Street, Calexico. And I am a commissioner for the parks. Just wanted to let you know, I'm against Rodriguez Park becoming a football field. For one thing, Vincent Memorial does get money. They should have their own land, their own football team. This is Calexico. This is for the citizens, all the kids here. When I grew up, I played softball, I played tennis, I took swimming lessons. This was all offered by the city of Calexico. And it's so sad to see it now that we don't offer anything. Yes, poor, since I'm on the commission with the parks, there's always argument, I'm sorry, Carmen, but it's always about soccer. And because I'm like, not everybody wants to play soccer.
Right.
People want to play softball. They want to play tennis. I remember I used to love to be at the tennis courts 24/7 during the summer. So I think we need to fix up that park as a baseball field. And if Vincent wants to use it, charge him. Because it's not fair to us citizens that my father also worked for the city and we have a home. He pays his taxes to support all these things that happen. Also, I want to say about the traffic going through Cesar Chavez. If you guys are looking to get rid of Imperial Avenue, because I live right next to Cesar Chavez, I think you guys definitely need to have police officers out there. The police and the firemen. I have actually posted it, called 911, telling them, you need to get out here and control this traffic.
Yes.
Poor girls, when they have them out there, traffic controllers, they're like, I feel sorry for them.
Yeah.
I agree.
It's like they have no protection, or the guys.
Right.
They're young kids, and these people are blocking the street and they're honking. I sit out there and laugh with my dad because I'm like, why are they honking? The cars aren't going to move. It's so stupid. It's like, you know, I think of it, I lived in LA and San Diego where I had to commute in traffic every year to work every single day. I wasn't honking on the freeway because we weren't moving. It's a way of life. But people need to get educated here. If you're going to Mexicali, you have to follow the rules and regulations. If the light turns red, stop. Don't block the road. Thank you.
Thank you, son. Go ahead.
¿El quiere hablar? ¿El Diego?
Almeida?
I'm waiting. Do I talk? Oh, all right. Good evening. Buenas tardes.
Buenas tardes.
My name is Mateo Sauceda. I've been a resident of Calexico, well, I can say all my life. I grew up at Hernandez Street, Kennedy Gardens, right?
KG's.
KG's. I've been a coach for a long time, baseball coach, softball coach for a long time here in Calexico. Muchos años. I've been a volunteer for a long time. Like I said, right now I'm very involved in Calexico Little League. So I don't have much to say, just that maybe just to clarify something, I know we have a couple baseball fields. It's not just Emerson now and Rodriguez Park, right? It's a couple more, but once the kids reach certain age, which is 13, when they become teenagers, there's only one park, which that park is Rodriguez Park.
Right.
So if we take that away from the youth, the teenagers from Calexico, no van a tener donde más jugar y disfrutar el gran deporte de béisbol. Una cosa más, aparte de Rodriguez Park, is I'm in doubt, pues tengo la duda de la aseguranza, porque subió la aseguranza. Nosotros, que we have travel ball that we got to pay for the insurance, instead of 1 million coverage, it went up to 2 million this year. No saben, sí saben de qué es lo que estoy refiriendo.
Yes.
What was the reason for that? No.
There was, excuse me, there was a recommendation by the attorneys to increase the liability, because if you, for example, get hurt and your expenses exceed the $1 million, or the group that you are with exceeds $1 million, then the city pays for.
Okay.
Yes, that's the reason. So it was advised for us to increase the insurance to $2 million.
But that's only because the parks no están bien, ¿verdad?
That only happened in Calexico, yeah.
Just to clarify, because it was unheard here, and it comes back to the same problem. Subió el insurance porque los parques no están bien. So to bring that back down, tenemos que hacer los parques bien.
Sí. Yeah, that makes
Y
sense.
para usted esta plática hoy.
Sí, it makes sense.
Gracias.
Yeah, so, pues,
For the users,
Yes,
the fact that the city has liability issues.
that is correct, and that's why we're trying to fix it.
Yes.
Yeah. That is a big expensive in Calexico, liabilities.
And,
Yeah.
and just so everybody understands, the city is a self-insured city, meaning we don't have an insurance that is going to come and pay for any lawsuit. It comes from the general fund, and that's what we were advised to do that for now until everything gets better. So I'm just trying to remediate problems, past problems, and trying to protect the city for continue losing funding out of the general fund, because the general fund is what keeps the city moving. So that's just for consideration.
All right. Okay. Just to keep this clear, I'm for all sports. All right. So no, I'm not trying to fight.
Sure.
Football, I love football. I play football too. So baseball and football are my number one love. Nomás want to clear that up. No quiero comenzar nada, soccer, all sports. All right. Muchas gracias, Calexico. Viva Calexico.
Yeah. Thank you. Anybody? Presenya? No? Who was it?
No, you good.
Siempre no? Okay. Mr. Carrillo? Yes.
Good evening, Victor Carrillo, 2156 Raul Carrillo Court here in Calexico. First, I want to commend your comportment, your articulation of the issues, and most importantly, being good listeners and listening to the people. Because many times we're told not to believe half the good things they say about us or half the bad things they say about us.
Right.
And you have to be able to listen to criticism, whether it's constructive or personal. Rodriguez Field was designed in 1972 by the late Bernard Crummett, designed for baseball. It expanded the opportunity for Calexico, for those young children that graduated from Little League as 12-year-olds, to have a place to play, an excellent place to showcase their talents, and to host all-star tournaments and teams to come from out of the area. In the early 70s, Calexico had 4 to 6 Babe Ruth teams, 13 to 15 years of age, and they also had 2 teams from Hopeville, 2 teams from Imperial, as well as Calipatra, for those that didn't participate in the Brawley. In 1972, 5 representatives from Calexico's Babe Ruth program represented the county of Imperial and won what was then the Babe Ruth World Series.
Wow.
They were recognized in 73, because it was the 50th anniversary in November at the cattle call that they were recognized. Liability factors and the insurance issues that are raised, Rodriguez Park needs a lot of work. Other teams wouldn't come down to play here, particularly at night, because the lighting was inadequate, the surface was dangerous, the bathrooms, the plumbing, etc. And as some of the members of the audience have pointed out, and this is no criticism of you, the previous city administrations and city councils approved the funding to develop Cordova Park. 3 baseball fields, but Little League dimension only, a soccer field for the booming soccer interest in Calexico, as well as basketball courts and what have you. It's not finished. Now, I understand after the redevelopment agencies were taken over by the state in 2012, that the city lost a lot of money that would fund a lot of these programs. 2, recreation departments, public works, and parks detail were all reduced or eliminated. The time, the talent, and the treasure that all these individuals have put in and keeping baseball alive here. And Mrs. Estrada with soccer. How many times has she come before the city council in the last 20 years? Even to the county. We have to maintain our fields. We have to specify what they were designed for. There's no other baseball field, public baseball field in Calexico to service those that are 13 to 93. Because you have all kinds of leagues that are being offered in Mexicali, from Supermasters, Masters, Veteranos, what have you. And some of these speakers are products of the Little League and Babe Ruth program that excelled in high school. They made All Valley, they played at IVC, they earned scholarships to continue their education, and more importantly, like Councilman Ureña, they came back. And they came back to give, to serve, and to lead. We have to respect that. We have to honor that. And most importantly, we have to complete the tasks at hand. Heber Park, as they alluded, $8.5 million. And that was going to be a recreational gem for not only the city, but the region. Cordova Park. Nosotros. And Rodriguez. Not just the baseball field, the tennis courts, the basketball court, the family picnic area. That field, that complex services not only the west side of the community, but the entire region, both the Mexicali and Imperial Valleys. Memo Niebla and others through the years, and other people that were involved in the 70s, 80s, and 90s would invite the Águilas, the selecciones from Primera Fuerza in Mexicali to come and play against Calexico and the Valley's best. We're sister cities with Mexicali.
Right.
We can't deny our heritage, our culture. So I think the community has spoken and support what Rodriguez Park stood for. And that's not to be critical of Vincent Memorial or their effort, because as they launched the football program in 1999 and tried to expand, they were landlocked. The field right across the street was a welcome place for them to practice. When the baseball program started in 1981, they had the opportunity to use the baseball field, where Mr. Niebla took care of that, etc., and others that followed. So I ask you to listen to your constituents, to the people, and if we can find a workable solution. And last but not least, I was looking at the backup to the agenda, and you alluded to the Recreation Commission, that some of these members of this meeting should go talk to the Recreation Commission. But it falls into a vacuum.
Been falling.
You know, if you don't recognize the ability and respect the Recreation Commission, or then they can send their recommendation to you,
Right.
either in support or against, well then why have them serve? They're there to help you so you can help the community. Okay? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Carlos. Chuy, you're next. Go ahead.
Hello, Jesse Garcia, Parks Commissioner at Calexico. Okay. I've been volunteering at Rodriguez Park for more than 20 years. Picking up trash, trimming the trees. Yeah, because no tenemos enough employees like we used to way back then when I used to work there, and Mr. Nieblas, who used to work with me. And And it's true what Mr. Niebla said. Back then, we were about 15 to 18 full-time employees for the parks, and not as many parks as we have now. So now it's the opposite. We got more parks and a lot less employees. So I've been volunteering for a long time, and I like what I'm doing. And I'll keep on doing it as long as I can, turning on the sprinklers and all that. One of the things also about the baseball field, that we want to keep it, as everybody's saying, as a baseball field, like it's been since 1973. All right? My 4 boys played Babe Ruth in that park also. But we need to improve that park in one way. It's not, I've been here many times with this same issue. It's not handicap accessible. Mr. Ortiz knows he's a coach, and he has trouble going in there with his wheelchair. Sometimes I have to be on a wheelchair also, and I have trouble going in there with my wheelchair. We need to improve that, pave or asphalt the grounds. The other big thing is, if you pass through Vincent Memorial any time during the school hours, you will see the parking lot that's packed with vehicles from students, packed. We should start charging Vincent Memorial a parking fee like the IVC does to their students. Yes. With that money, we could use to improve the park, plumbing or whatever it needs to do, because they park there. I mean, they can afford the parking fee. Last year I passed by there, there's a Hummer parked right there. They can afford a Hummer, they could pay the parking fee. I mean, I don't think it's going to be that much.
No me des ideas.
They got bigger cars than we do. So, yeah, there's lots of improvement that has to be done to bring Rodriguez Baseball Field back to the heydays when it was a very beautiful park, not anymore. So, thank you.
Thank you, Jose. Anybody else? One more, yes.
Yeah, I'm a 417 Andrade, Barrio Flats back in the day, I guess. I just want to say you probably heard everything. I'm a product of that baseball field. My family's a product. I got a baseball player, Antonio Roldan, over there. And if you guys don't fix up that park, I'm pretty sure a lot of kids like this are going to be disappointed because you guys want to play ball, don't you? Yeah. And that's all I gotta say. I hope you guys do it for the kids, because if that park wasn't around when I wasn't growing up, I think I would have missed out on a lot. Especially not only the baseball park, that basketball court and that tennis courts. I spent a lot of time there, and it kept me out of the trouble a lot. And I bet it'll keep a lot of kids out of trouble too. Yeah, that's all I gotta say.
Thank you.
Hola, me llamo Matthew. Y yo ahorita voy a jugar con Babe Ruth, voy a jugar en ese parque. Y yo creo que ahorita estoy hablando con muchos de mi edad, de que vamos a jugar en ese parque. Y pues ahorita de mi edad vivimos en un lugar muy chiquito, con sueños muy grandes.
Eso.
Y nos quieren quitar ese parque que nos puede ayudar a llegar a ese sueño muy grande que tenemos. Y es el único lugar que podemos estar ahí y jugar el juego que nos gusta. Y no creo que nos deben de quitar ese lugar que nos encanta jugar y estar ahí.
Thank you. Ms. Colio, is there an existing contract between the City of Calexico and Vincent?
No.
There's
We
no-
look into the archives, everything, there's no contract. So I don't know what the deal is, but we're gonna figure out what to do
Okay.
because there's no agreement.
That's good news. Yeah.
My understanding is that Vincent plays their baseball or football, has their sports there. But why would you guys charge, let's say I put a tournament for baseball for kids per se, and I gotta pay $2,000, my understanding, what I've been told. So if they play there, do you guys charge them to actually do something like that too, or they just get a free ride?
If I may answer that question,
Okay.
or just start answering the questions that have been brought
Mhm.
up.
Right.
¿Sí puedo? ¿Me dejan? ¿Cómo se dice? Let's start with the Vincent issue. It's clear that the answer is yes. Whenever somebody wants to use the park, they have to come to either Liliana or Norma, and then you pay a bunch of money to pay there. Vincent hasn't been doing that. And one of the first things that should be unquestionable is que todos parejitos.
Right.
Right? That hasn't been enforced, and that's going to start being enforced. Because those are the rules, and everybody has to play by the rules. Right? May I continue?
Yeah.
I do have some information, ¿cómo se dice that?
You want to wait till we get to the item?
To the item.
Right?
Yeah, to 7.
Yeah,
okay.
we'll finish this thing, and then we can move on.
For 7?
And then we'll get to 7, because I got a bunch of things to say too.
Okay, on 7? Okay,
Right.
well, we'll just
And I
wait
know
for
you're-
7.
yeah.
Yeah.
Anybody else in the audience?
Dejamos así.
You're done?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you, Jerry. All right.
I had a ticket and before I
Go ahead. Yes, go ahead.
talk about it, but I would like to take some comments. Benjamin Sanchez Leal. I live in the 900 block of Paseo de Su Alteza Street. I was born and raised in Mexicali. I've been here for 12 years, paying taxes in Calexico. So I have 4 kids. My oldest one is 12 years old, and he's been playing Little League. I was a former coach for Pop Warner for 4 years. We couldn't continue playing Pop Warner because we didn't have enough support from the city. So I stopped coaching, right? But after that, I had coach for Little League before Pop Warner, and I did coach for Little League after Pop Warner. I work with a private company in the Valley. I manage multi-million-dollar projects. Obviously, I'm here to support option number 2 for item 7, so the park stays as is. I just want to tell people losing money that it's already been assigned to one project, whether it's Parks and Recreation or any other public development, you guys should be inquiring into it, right? If that money is granted to the city for making improvements for Parks and Recreation or making improvements for anything else in the city, and you guys don't see it, you guys should ask. That's all.
Thank you. Before we go on, we need to make a motion, and somebody make a motion to continue after 9:30.
Motion to extend meeting?
Second by Ms. Romo. All those in favor? Aye?
Aye.
All right. Anybody else? Because we need to move on. You gonna say something? You're not. You're not. Okay.
Okay.
All right. Now, for those of you who want to know the results of this, we are going to get to item number 7 eventually. If you want to stick around.
Oh, okay, I see. Okay.
So I need a motion to consent agenda.
Motion to approve?
Motion to approve by Mr. Ureña.
You do have a public comment on 4, though.
On 4, yeah. Any second?
So you went back, or you just
Second.
comments?
Second by Ms. Sonares. All in favor?
Aye.
What? Is he going to go right now?
Yeah, because it's a consent agenda.
Yeah. Okay. So, Mr. Kim. 4.
And then, what item?
Confused.
Number 8 or
Number
what?
4.
Oh,
Because it's part of the consent agenda.
okay.
Wait, there's a
It's item number 4.
Okay.
No?
So we can move up. We can move up to item 2, 7.
Yeah, so we can finish up 7.
Yeah, you can move up to item 2.
We can finish up 7 now.
Number 4?
Oh, okay. Yeah, yeah. If a contention is with
Okay.
the consensus of the
Why don't you finish the number 7, then I can come back.
yeah, exactly.
Okay, excuse me. Following Mr. Kim's speech, we're going. Statement. We're going to go ahead and take care of item number 7. Okay, so don't go.
Sí, por favor, no se
Go ahead, Mr.
vayan.
Kim.
Yeah, but I wanted to speak number 7, no?
Number 4. You're speaking on 4 now.
Yeah, but during the talking about number 7. You're not done yet.
Oh, you're speaking on 7 right now?
I already speak the aspect of the 7.
You already talked on number 7.
So after you guys finish the number 7, I'm supposed to come.
Okay, yeah. Well, hold on. We're done with 7. We're gonna.
You done
we're on
7?
the consent agenda, number 4.
No, we're not done with 7. Okay.
In this moment, it's consent
Yeah,
agenda.
you just finish up 7.
Okay, sit down. We're going to pick up number 7. You want to
Yeah.
speak on 7? You want to speak on 7 right now?
I already spoke.
Okay, go.
I already spoke to 7. Yeah.
All right, sit down. All right, let's move on 7. Discussion and/or potential action regarding the conversion of portion of baseball field into football field at Rodriguez Baseball Field, Public Works.
Good evening, Mayor, council members, and those
Good evening.
present. On January 18, 2023, during our city council meeting, Councilmember Romo requested that staff look into converting portion of baseball field in Rodriguez Baseball Field into a football field. The city currently has 4 fields that are used for baseball, as you well know, and those present have discussed. Rodriguez Field is considered for Babe Ruth, so it's a minor league baseball. The other 3 fields are Adrian Cordova, which are currently under construction. Currently, the Calexico Little League, as well as Vincent Memorial High School, use Rodriguez Baseball Field. They have had it reserved from February 1st through August 3 of 2023. And typically, we also get the ZT Baseball Club to also request the field use around May and June. The options that we are recommending, well, not recommending, but the options that are available is, for example, option number 1, to table the item. That way it allows Public Works as well as Recreation Department to develop a field use guideline. We currently don't have that. And we would need to develop that. Once it's developed, presented it to the Parks and Beautification Commission for review. Once they have reviewed, make the recommendation, bring it to City Council for adoption. Also, we didn't host no public hearing, so we didn't advertise that, there's a possibility of converting Rodriguez Baseball Field into a football field, portion of it, not completely, portion of it. So we're also recommending going through the process of doing a public hearing so you can hear comments from the community regarding that item. Option number 2 would be leave Rodriguez as is and allocate $75,000 so we can help do some improvements. As you heard from the community, it needs a lot of improvements. It needs lighting. The dugouts, one of the dugouts recently collapsed, so we need to put it back together, fix the irrigation system, as well as it doesn't have an ADA walkway, so people that are in wheelchairs are not able to go to the bleachers or see the games. Option number 3, of course, is doing the conversion of only portion of Rodriguez Baseball Field into a football field, and we are requesting to allocate $100,000 to do that. So it's up to council, if either these 3 options or any other options, we're here.
Okay, just one real quick question. Obviously, we're going to need money for that, regardless of what options we have. We're going to need money for that. Being that this repairs, even when I was there in Babe Ruth, and I know the community's been out there. I know Camilo and myself have gone out there a couple years ago, and it's trashy. It's a lot of problems everywhere. Now, for me, the expert here, Mr. Nieblas, was saying, I mean, we're relying on an expert. He knows about baseball. Convert something and then try to convert it the other way. It's totally inappropriate for obvious reasons, holes and all that. That right there itself, for me, it's not something doable. But obviously, whatever we choose here tonight, we're going to need a lot of money. Yeah, moving forward. That's all I got to say. Go ahead.
Okay. Well, I really would recommend that this council table the item completely. I think that, like Ms. Falomira alluded, or not that you did, I'm making this conclusion. None of these options are extensively developed, right? So there was a request that was made recently. We don't have an engineer in the city. We haven't had an engineer for 8 years, and it's been a cause of a lot of problems that we've had building parks. Imagine trying to build a park without an engineer. right? You have to either go get a consultant, which is so much more expensive, or you just rely on the staff that you have, and that's not always the best way to go about it. So I think before we even proceed with any of the options, we should be a little bit patient for the next couple of months, because we will be getting an engineer very, very soon. And I think we're going to have much better outcomes once we have that engineer to just lay out really what is possible and not possible. I like the ideas of nosotros. Obviously, it's easier to have a multi-use soccer and fútbol americano. They're literally the same length plus 20 yards, and they're easily convertible. I have seen, and Mr. Niebla is correct, when you have organic grass, obviously soccer is a lot more cleat mileage, right? So you get a lot more holes on those kinds of parks. But I'm really recommending to this council to not use any more organic grass. If we're gonna build a new park, make it synthetic so it doesn't get any holes, right? And then up to debate if you want to do a combined soccer and fútbol americano, or a three-way combined park that's synthetic, which I've also seen is also possible. Yeah, there's a diamond, but there's a cutout in the diamond and a movable fence that makes it rectangular. All those are options, but I really, really recommend that we wait for the engineer so that we don't have delays or mistakes like we are frankly experiencing at Cordova Park right now. Heber, everything's on track with Heber Park, as just to get that out of the way, right?
I got the final plans last week. I reviewed the specifications. It took me 2 days because they're over 1,000 pages long.
I know.
I made some modifications, and I am really hoping that those modifications can be corrected so I can present it in the next city council meeting. If not, it would be for the first meeting in March.
One comment that I want to make regarding Heber Park, like many of the projects that were pending to be built for 2 or 3 years, is that park is already upside down in funding. So I want to make sure that everybody understands the plans are done, but we need to seek for additional funding because it was awarded in 2020. Nothing has been done other than the engineering designs. They went up to bid, they realized that the project is upside down now, like every single project that is in the city. So I just want to make sure that everybody understands we're going to be looking for additional funding, like we look for the alleys payment, that we're also short $500,000. So we are looking for additional funding.
So just to be clear on Heber Park, so nobody has any wild ideas. The only reason Heber Park is missing money is because there was severe inflation, and esos 2 años there was price increases, so we have to look for a little bit more money. Heber Park's okay. Cordova did, unfortunately, there were some errors that were made because, again, andamos haciendo cosas sin ingeniero, and that's really, really a priority to get things right. But there are ways to remedy that, and that will be presented in the next 1 or 2 council meetings. And I'm just asking for patience so that we can get a really good plan that will fit for everybody.
Voy a hacer unos comentarios. Cuando se propuso lo que se está proponiendo ahorita, desde el principio en realidad no me gustó la idea de poner un parque de fútbol americano. Una, por la percepción de que al menos para mí, no sé de dónde vino esta idea. ¿Saben? Sé que la concejal Romo fue la que pidió que se investigara la transición. Así que me gustaría su comentario que le explique a la comunidad de dónde salió una idea para un parque de fútbol americano.
Claro.
Simplemente porque también a mí, para menos la percepción, yo no quiero hacer un parque de fútbol americano para una escuela privada. O sea, la verdad, ¿verdad? Cuando lo fui a ver en persona, porque me quedé, pues a ver dónde piensa meter un parque de fútbol americano, ¿verdad? Me di las condiciones en las que está ese parque muy, muy mal. Entonces, de hecho, tengo una pregunta. Cuando se hace, señorita, la otra vez tuvimos una presentación sobre los schedules y cuándo se limpia este parque, ¿verdad? Que es una vez cada 2 semanas.
Correcto.
¿Qué es lo que está detallado, lo que hacen los trabajadores?
It's basically just if the mow the lawn that is there, pick up the trash, but you know, there's a lot of, I think Mr. Garcia or somebody mentioned, there's oleanders that need to be removed. there has to be a lot of work, but right now we're just doing the bare maintenance of of all the parks.
So what is the bare maintenance?
The bare maintenance is just make sure that the grass is cut, the trash is picked up.
Okay. I asked that because there's areas of incredibly overgrown grass in that park, which makes me think that it hasn't been maintenance in at least a month. So that's why I asked, right? Because I saw on the schedule that it's there, but it's not being reflected in the park. I took pictures, and there's some serious concerns for liability for the city. We were talking about liability earlier. La pequeña área de comedor que está ahí en la esquina es un peligro total para cualquier persona que esté ahí. Está a punto de derrumbarse. Eso lo mencionó el administrador de la ciudad. Al igual que los cercos que ya están literalmente deteriorándose. Hay partes de arriba de los soportes que ya ni siquiera existen porque se cayeron de podrirse. Entonces, lo voy a resumir. No quiero hacer un parque de fútbol americano ahí. Ese parque tiene historia. Creo que se tiene que respetar esa historia que tiene ese parque. Pero sí deberíamos de invertirle dinero. Tenemos dinero ahorita para invertirle y va a haber dinero por estrategias que acaba de comentar hace rato sobre posiblemente si nos funciona lo de solucionar lo del tráfico, ¿verdad? Para invertir. Pero simplemente ahorita también se ocupa una Field Use Guideline Policy, right? Ahorita no me gusta ninguna de las tres opciones, para ser honesto. No me gusta ni siquiera la segunda, porque sí, vamos a invertirle 100,000, 75,000, pero sin ingeniero nos va a salir el mismo error que el Córdoba. Entonces sí, le vamos a invertir dinero a ese parque en específico, pero todavía no hasta que haya un ingeniero. Porque hacemos las cosas, vamos a hacer una chicanada, nos va a salir más caro. Y ya sabemos que no tenemos dinero ahorita para hacer más errores, ¿verdad? Entonces, I would like to table this item as well, in my opinion. Pero sí me gusta la primera parte de la primera opción, which is develop a fair field use guideline policy and look more in depth into the relationship of Vincent Memorial and basically taking over this park and using city facilities, ¿verdad? Como si ellos necesitan un parque, pues tienen dinero para hacer uno. Eso creo que es todo lo que tengo que decir.
Ok, ya. Thank you. Bueno, ¿de dónde vino la idea para que todos ustedes estén enterados? Lo pueden ver en las juntas que están grabadas, vinieron como unos 50, 55 niños de fútbol americano. Yo hacía mucho que no veía fútbol americano. No soy muy buena para los deportes, pero he ido a los juegos de béisbol, a San Diego, a Phoenix. A veces me duermo porque el pitcher ahí se tarda mucho, pero yo no les entiendo, ¿no? De veras, por Dios que no les entiendo. Y me da flojera, mejor me voy a comprar una cerveza. Pero para ir a comprar una cerveza en Phoenix, ¿verdad? Haces un colonón y te cuesta como $30. La verdad es que el parque de béisbol, la historia, la que mencionó hace rato el señor Carrillo, por supuesto que es una historia impresionante. Es algo que yo aplaudo, como aplaudo tu trayectoria. Pero la historia es muy importante para pues no cometer errores, ¿no? En el presente y sobre todo en el futuro. Ahora ya tenemos pues muchos más habitantes, muchos niños. Afortunadamente las estadísticas hablan de que tenemos más niños y jóvenes, gracias a Dios. También estuve en la Calexico Unified School District por 4 años y me tocó, cuando estaba de presidenta, también pasar el terremoto aquel, ¿se acuerdan? Y se nos fue la alberca y fuimos a Sacramento, estaba aquí el señor Kim conmigo, y fuimos a Sacramento para que nos adelantaran el dinero, ¿no? Porque cuando hay un desastre, FEMA viene y dice, ay, te voy a dar tanto, y me acuerdo que fue un escándalo con eso. Pues sí, pero estábamos en el 700 lugar, quién sabe qué número, y teníamos que esperar 2 años para que nos llegara ese dinero, y las escuelas, 2 de las escuelas estaban caídas, y la alberca estaba destrozada. Entonces no es así como que tenemos el dinero y ya lo vamos a hacer. En este caso aquí, aparte de la pandemia, lo que pasó también fue que el recurso de ARPA, sí, le pusimos, el anterior administrador quería como $100,000, ¿te acuerdas? Y pusimos 680,000 y ya viene más dinero. Otros a lo mejor, aquí con la magia del señor Ureña, a lo mejor tenemos 400 más. Pero nada más son para parques. Así dice la regulación, porque son dineros federales. Entonces, es nada más para parques, no para retention y todo ese tipo de cosas, ¿no? Ahora, ¿de dónde vino la idea? Miren, estos niños que vinieron pidieron un campo donde puedan practicar fútbol americano. Y de ahí vimos todos los parques. Por allá alguien me dijo, fíjate que ahí de enfrente de la Vincent tenemos un parque muy grande y ahí la escuela lo pide, lo renta o no sé qué a la ciudad y juegan béisbol y fútbol americano, fíjense. Es así normal. La escuela, me imagino, pidió algún permiso o algo, sabrá Dios qué pasó ahí, pero la cosa es que jugaban. Hablé con Sister Lupita, que es la directora de la escuela, y había hablado en 2 ocasiones. Ella me confirmó pues que sí tenían un acuerdo, pero no sé qué acuerdo. La invité a que viniera hoy, pero no parece que no pudo venir. Y me dijo también que sí, efectivamente lo usaban para jugar béisbol, y fue muy específica, y fútbol americano. No sé cómo le hacen, porque ahí fuimos a ver y no hay las rayitas esas que se ponen para jugar fútbol americano, ni tampoco no sé cómo le llaman esa cosa de la cancha, bueno, en fin. Pero eso fue lo que me dijo Sister Lupita, y esto es público, seguramente me van a escuchar. Entonces dije, bueno, pues si se juega fútbol americano aquí y también béisbol, ¿por qué no se convierte en se pueden jugar los 2 juegos? Que bueno, porque las dimensiones estaban muy grandes, o sea, dije yo, pues se podrá. Pero no, ahorita que los estoy escuchando, obviamente, pues he ido a los juegos del béisbol, no tiene nada que ver con la cancha del fútbol americano. Es completamente diferente. Inclusive el césped, ¿no? Yo veo a los beisbolistas que ahí hasta el polvo se sale de ahí cuando van a una base. En cambio, en el fútbol americano yo no veo eso. Entonces son diferentes tipos de césped. Ok. Entonces como que ahorita yo no soy ingeniero y pues hasta ahorita me queda claro que cómo van a jugar, ¿no? A lo mejor soccer sí. Pero en fin, la idea era que nada más tenemos 15 parques. La señorita Liliana Falumir nos hizo una presentación muy importante en una de las juntas y ahí nos explicaba ella que había 15 parques. Uno de esos parques, me imagino, debe de ser el Friendship International Border, que pues ese es muy chiquito, lo que lo conoce el Teco Monroy, y es un parque binacional. Ya se dieron cuenta cómo está el parquecito, ¿verdad? Sobre todo el que dice Welcome to Calexico. Entonces, a ese parquecito, pues queremos también ver qué tantos recursos se nos puede ir para poder levantar ahí el downtown, como pueden ver ustedes. No se puede jugar ahí, aclaro. Pues es más que nada para que no haya tanto homeless ahí y todo ese tipo de cuestiones, que llegue la gente, se pueda sentar y a lo mejor alguien va y vende algún producto comestible, etcétera, etcétera. Pero más que nada es binacional, cultural, ese parque. Entonces, si es así, quedan 14 parques. Sí, señorita Liliana, ¿verdad? De los 15 está incluido el Teco, ¿no?
Sí, ajá.
Ajá. Entonces nos quedarían nomás 14 parques. Por favor, quiero que me ayuden en esto. Cuando yo veo la relación de parques, ahí dice, y pónganseme un poquitito en mi lugar, dice 7 parques de béisbol. Dije yo, wow. Y no hay en toda la lista un parque que diga un parque de soccer, un parque de fútbol americano. No dice. Nada más dice 7 parques de béisbol. Yo hice una investigación con algunas personas que repito, por eso necesito pedirle a la señora Colio que nos dé las estadísticas, y me informaron que en béisbol no llegan a 300 niños que juegan, y ahorita me dijeron 270, algo así, alguien que pregunté. Le pregunté a la señora Carmen Estrada, que es la que tiene aquí la liga de soccer, la señora dice, hay que ir a contarlos, ¿verdad? Pero la señora dice que tiene más de 2,000 niños. 2,000. ¿Estoy bien, señora Carmen? ¿Verdad? Bueno. Ahora, nomás compréndame. 40,000 habitantes tiene Calexico, más 40,000 flotantes, no mandí, porque vienen de todos lados. Pero vamos a ponerle que somos 40,000 habitantes, lo que dice oficialmente. Tenemos, ¿cuántos parques? 15 menos 1, porque es cultural. Entonces nos quedan nomás 14 parques, de los cuales 7 son de béisbol. Ayúdenme y pónganse en los zapatos de los que no tienen, nada más. De ahí nació la idea. Entonces dije, ok. Pero ahorita, me da esta pena decirlo, yo no soy ingeniero. Y la señorita Liliana Falum, que la verdad ha trabajado muy duro en obras públicas porque ha estado de encargada, pero no le hemos puesto un ingeniero a ella, ¿sí? O sea, de veras, esto es muy delicado. Cuando estaba el señor David Dale, ustedes recordarán, pues él era el ingeniero de obras públicas, ¿verdad, Liliana? Y la señorita Liliana, afortunadamente ahí estaba, pero después de que a alguien se le ocurrió, así como dicen ustedes, traerlo de CEO de la ciudad de Calexico, se le hizo muy fácil y dijo, ay, pues como yo soy ingeniero y yo llevaba obras públicas, dijo, pues que se quede encargada Liliana y yo de aquí manejo todo. Así empezó aquello. Y luego le siguió el señor Miguel Figueroa y la señorita Liliana siguió sola. Casi 5 años. ¿Y saben qué? Y ni siquiera le dábamos un papelito, ni tampoco la recompensa que ella necesitaba. O sea, ¿saben qué? Hay muchas cositas que a veces nos acostumbramos, ¿no? Y yo, desesperada a veces, pues sí digo, ¿qué pasó? Los parques están así, están verdes, están secos y unos están verdes y no entiendo por qué. Aquí la solución es muy sencilla. Resulta que el dinero que tenemos de ARPA, que no es de los taxis, resulta que pusimos mucho dinerito, como les digo, todavía nos queda un dinerito por ahí, más el que viene en camino, primero Dios, si sale todo bien con tráfico y control. Entonces vamos a tener ese dinerito para repartirlo en los parques, repito, no dinero de taxis. Pero ahí se queda, o sea, no nomás es eso. Como por ejemplo ahorita que fuimos a ver al Rodríguez, está completísimamente seco, maltratado, y pues la verdad que duele, ¿sí? Yo ya veo jugar a los niños ahí, pues se me van a caer, como los otros retention bases donde juegan los niños chiquitos. Quiero que vayan a ver, piensen en sus hijos. Yo los miré y le dije a la señora Carmen, ¿cómo pueden jugar aquí? La señora Carmen también tiene una asociación, también tiene su aseguranza. Un niño nada más, los piecitos chiquitos de los niños, que se metan en esas aberturas que tienen esos, porque son retention bases, pues. Entonces, Dios guarde, se me quiebre un niño ahí. O sea, no es así tan sencillo. O sea, si hay tanto niño jugando, hay que buscar por lo menos un parquecito que sea soccer. Un parquecito también que sea fútbol americano, porque ya se están alborotando los niños en jugar fútbol americano. La verdad que lo necesitamos, caray. Un fútbol americano también. Y también los de básquet. Mis hijos son de básquet todos. Y también lo que ustedes quieran de deportes. Ahora, ¿qué necesitan? Repartir por lo pronto esos parquecitos que tenemos. Yo estoy de acuerdo con mis compañeros que esto lo dejemos table y que podamos hacer un estudio y contratar, afortunadamente, nos ha dicho la señora Colio, que estos recursos de ARPA podemos contratar a alguien para que nos pueda apoyar y hacer una verdadera distribución, sin tocar, y me comprometo, como lo hizo ahorita el señor Manzanares, en no tocar la historia, el Baby Ruth, ¿no? Pero vamos a ver otros parquecitos. Entonces, hay que ser unidos, hay que ser unidos con toda la ciudadanía y ayúdanos a pensar. Ahorita están haciendo en el Córdoba 3 parquecitos, 13 de béisbol. Y apenas estamos queriendo construir el de soccer. A lo mejor ahí se queda nomás uno, pero hay 3. Más los otros 4, son 7. Entonces, acá el niño ahorita que entró me dio pena porque el niño llegó y dijo, me van a quitar mi parque, van a quitar el parque. No es así, no queremos quitar parques, que quede muy claro. No es eso. Vamos a pensarlo. Yo les agradezco de todo corazón, de veras, a todos ustedes, a cada uno de ustedes y a los que se fueron, que estuvieron aquí, porque eso es lo que hace trabajar juntos. Eso es lo que da el deseo de poder hacer los cambios que se necesitan hacer para poder tener a toda la ciudadanía contenta y que todo mundo juegue lo que tenga que jugar. Pero no somos expertos. Vamos a pedirle a la señora Colio dejar esto en table y que nos haga ella el favor de ver la manera de contratar a los especialistas para poder distribuir adecuadamente los parques sin tocar el Baby Ruth, en mi humilde opinión. Señora Carmen, ¿está usted cada rato queriendo hablar? No lo sé, solamente el mayor, con esto termino.
Ya está tarde.
Sí, es muy importante. Dame un minuto, sí, por favor.
El jefe.
Pero puedes dar, ¿sabes?
Pues mira, ya somos las 10. Carmen, le voy a contar, ya tiene 5 segundos.
Primeramente quiero dar las gracias a todos los que vinieron, de nuevo se los voy a decir, pero sí es muy importante, Javier, y cada uno de ustedes, que la persona que es empleado de la ciudad, que me encontró ahí, sin saber que yo conozco a todos ustedes, lo que hago no se vale. Ese es el que hizo todo el borrote para que ustedes estén mintiéndoles. No se vale. Tenemos que estar en la paz y en la tranquilidad para cada uno de los deportes y para nuestros niños. Gracias.
Gracias. Okay.
I have a motion to table
Oh.
this item. Okay.
I think someone said it really well. I think it was Mr. Carrillo. So the people have spoken, and we're here for the people. At least I am. This is no politics. This is no, lip service that I'm trying to give you here. So I do understand. I love history, and not just because of history. We're going to do this. We're going to do this because you showed up, because you show your concerns, and not just that. I think we owe it to you. We owe it to the citizens of Calexico. I do understand that there is immediate needs that we have for this park in all the parks and all the facilities, not just parks. We have, all of our infrastructure, it needs a lot of help. And that is including parks, but everything else. So yes, I would like to support the tabling of this item, but I also want to put a timeline. I don't want to table this item and just leave it until someone remembers again, because this is something that has to be addressed as soon as possible. I think a lot of issues were raised that we all have known about these issues, whether it was the situation with Vincent Memorial, whether it was the situation with this repair of the park. All those things, those are not secrets for us. Javier said it, him and I went about a year plus to visit that facility. We actually voiced those concerns at that time. And it kind of like just something else came up. So my point is that we're going to commit, and I heard from my colleagues committing that we're going to go back and revisit this item, but I want this to be a priority. I want to make sure that we meet with Vincent Memorial. We create a partnership, an MOU, including with the policy that it's also suggested as part of the option. So, and not just that, I want to make sure that also when we create these policies, when we allocate resources, that we create a sustainability for these projects that we're doing now, because it doesn't do any help doesn't help us, to allocate monies now and to invest 100, 200,000, and if we're not gonna have money to upkeep, sooner or later we're gonna find ourselves in the same situation that we're in now. So let's plan. Let's have a timeline. I want to see it as soon as possible. You are the experts, but I know that you have a lot of things on your plate also, and we're asking, how come these fields are not maintained? But then also, we're also giving direction that, some of the resources that we have be used for other things that we have going on. So we're pulling people in different directions. So let's make sure that we're congruent with what we're doing, that we keep in track, and that, hopefully when you guys come back, you come back again to say, you know what, we are using the field. We are partners also. I appreciate all the work that has been done. Mr. Roldan, fixing, the park, Jesse, he left already. All these people have been partners. I know there's liabilities. I know there's concerns. But also what I know is that we have a community that wants to help. So let's include that into the plan too. If people want to sign up, and I know, HR Denise is going to have is going to say something about that. But I want to make sure that we include that component. And we come back as soon as possible. So whatever that might be, I don't want to give a timeline that, I want you to bring it back, in 2 weeks. But let's be realistic.
I can give you a realistic ETA. I would say probably it would be good to table this to May or June, right after the second quarter, so we can get that engineered.
Well, not even that, because people are here, and I don't want to commit to May or June. I mean, if it can be before that, when you see that it's realistic, I hear that you have other things on your plate, Heber Park, Cordova Park that is being worked on for the binational tournament, all these things. So be realistic, come back, next meeting that we have, maybe come back with a good proposal, a good guesstimate, so that way we can consider.
I agree with the notion of, being realistic, and being realistic is this. If we bring this up within the next 3 meetings, se va a perder el proyecto. ¿Verdad? We saw several people here talk about we have all these projects y luego queremos encima. And it's true. Now we have to fix Córdoba, right? Because no se hizo la manera correcta. So I want to rehabilitate this park. It has potential. It's a baseball field. It has tennis courts. It has a basketball court. It has a field. Beautiful, huge green area with a playground. It's a beautiful park, or at least once was. I want to rehabilitate this park. Pero realísticamente, we need to wait until the next quarter so that we can see if we have the money. Also, next quarter, we're going to see if the situation with the traffic is solved. We're going to see how much money we have available. That's realistic. And in the next quarter. Y ya de ahí podemos mirar how to move forward. We can bring back this item, modify it, no sobre conversion of a football field, but the rehabilitation of this park, including some of the things which I'm actually, there are some things that really are pressing though, like the gazebo that is there, it's like an immediate danger. De veras, if we get,
I would suggest this, that, well, I'll just make a motion to table this particular item till the next quarter, and then in future agenda items, we can give new directives for the things that are pressing.
And just so I know, when are they going to service this park again? Is it tomorrow or next Thursday?
I'm sorry?
When are they going to service this park again? Tomorrow or next Thursday?
I would have to check on the schedule. I can let you know.
I just want to confirm that, like, the basic necessities are being done at that park, because it doesn't look that way to me right now. So either way, pues voy a estar echando vueltas just to see. De veras, it just looks like it's been a couple of months.
I think for me and for my staff, if council can make a list of what are your priorities or which parks is your priorities, that will help us a great deal, because like you mentioned, we need to work on Cordova, we need to work on Heber, we need to work on this. And again, I only have three full-timers and myself and the supervisor, and that's all. So I think it would benefit my department if I have a priority of what is the park that you need us to focus on.
So can we bring that back to, because remember we were going to modify the schedule to focus on Córdoba, right? Like, but we didn't talk about this meeting.
Yes.
Can we have that public for next meeting so we can actually focus on Córdoba?
So one of the things that we're going to do with Cordova is we're going to hire an engineer because everybody was under the impression that those parks have an engineering design. They didn't. A proposal that you receive is just an idea, a conceptual plan. A conceptual plan is just where the items are located and that's it. It doesn't address how many sprinklers, how many bulbs, what kind of cement, nothing. So we need to have an engineer to address all those issues so the work gets done correctly. Otherwise, we're going in circles with work that is not completed well. And it's gonna cost money, but every single project should go and be reviewed by an engineer before you do the project. And all those projects are gonna go up to bid. Staff is gonna do maintenance only because they're not here to do construction. They don't have a constructor license. They should not be doing construction work. It's unfair to put them in that situation. So all the projects are gonna go through engineering and to bidding process. So that way we make someone responsible if something goes wrong. That's what contractors have insurance. If something goes wrong, they fix it. Their insurance will pay for it. But so that's my approach for all the parks and all the improvements that are coming our way.
Mr. Gola, so everything is dependent on an engineer. Where is that engineer?
Well, we have a list of on-call, and what we do, we make them compete to give us a price, how much it's gonna cost to put this project. Now, one thing that I would like to suggest to the public, which I have seen in other cities, invite the community to an event in which everybody would put all the parks. Let us know what would you like to see in your park. Let's do like a workshop in the middle of a park and let us know what you want to see in the park. What is priority for that community? And so then with those elements, we can ask someone to put a design and then we'll come back on the table and get you approval for doing a project. So I think let's have like a small fair in a park. Right now that the weather is nice, we can have sandwiches or something, sodas at least, and then get the input from the community because they are the ones that are asking for the parks. They are the ones that are going and playing on the parks. I'm just getting to know, and those for those who don't know me, I didn't know Calexico until I came to Calexico, but I've been going to every single park. I've been investing mornings, I walk on the streets, I go to the parks over the weekends, so I can see with my eyes what the problem is. But I'm not an expert on games or projects. That's what I think is important to have the feedback from the community so that we can create something that they're gonna like, not what we think they're gonna like. It's their part.
So in terms of I think we all get that. So in terms of this Rodriguez Park, which is item that we've been speaking for the last 3 hours, is there an engineer who's going to propose a solution for that? How much money we're going to need, and a timeline, and a project, and all that? Is there somebody? So, like Mr. Camilo was saying, if there's money available, what's the holdup? What's the holdup? I'm saying, right? If it's something that's going to... I'm saying, so...
There's literally one in the crowd.
I'm no civil, but I could research on environmental engineering and civil engineering.
Es así, nuestros plebes.
I have a project credibility.
So, yes, thank you. So let's make I need a motion to, I guess we condense this in a very efficient and, manner. So, do you want to table it with, okay, so.
To the next quarter.
So who's going to make a motion on table?
I had made a motion to table to the next quarter.
So table it to next quarter?
Yes.
And what does that mean for the public?
Around April, a little bit after April when the next financial report comes in. Huh? Yeah, around April, yeah.
I'll second that.
Okay, second by Mr. Manzanares. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, motion passed.
Okay.
We'll have a good program for you, for everybody together. Money, all that, all the moving parts. Thank you.
I see.
We're gonna be long, more.
At least they have a full agenda.
So can we approve the consent agenda, man?
Kim has to talk and then we can approve it. Ya lo demás.
Okay, our next item is consent agenda.
Consent agenda, so moved.
Gabo, get him out of here.
Señor Mayor, so moved.
All right, so moved by Ms. Romo. All those in favor, aye. And then we have Mr. Kim, number 4.
Mr. Kim, your public comment.
Number 4.
Buenas noches.
Okay, Mr. Kim.
Hello.
Hello, Mr. King.
Yeah, yes.
Hey.
Hey, Memo.
There's a meeting.
Okay, thank you. Okay, first item number 4. I believe the dispatchers and the contract, and I'm gonna go a little shorter, and I hope we hire more dispatcher because they are in trouble. Even they have to go to the restroom, they cannot cover. They have a lot of issues, and if we fail to given the decent amount of the manpower to the safety officers or safety departments, we in trouble. We're going to be break down the system. And we can fail because we not providing amount of the numbers and their salaries enough to cover that areas. And I believe that we're going to need more dispatcher and to give them the better condition they're working than what they have. I've been visiting several times when I was council, and they didn't have a good condition to work. And that's why I was keep saying is we need to save the fund from our part to make sure we got enough members of the safety, especially fire department too, and what's called the police officers. We're gonna need more number of the bodies, and we are asking our city staff that every department we have short hands. And how long we gonna go? We are gonna be reliable one day, and then we're gonna backfire said we didn't provide enough the body, which is they are overlacking. So I believe that we have to use this fund. I believe they're going to have a contract between the dispatchers and the city, and make sure we have enough funds, enough number of the dispatcher, and a certain decent level of the salaries. Our inflation is going so fast, and so they need right now they need to have some kind of a room to make sure they don't get any pressure from the financial issues, financial sectors. And that's what I'm concerned about that. So I really supporting our safety officers. Please, council members, to give them the enough numbers and the working condition and decent salaries. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kim.
There's a motion on the floor.
Okay.
So moved.
So move by Ms. Romo.
And for clarity, is for the consent agenda.
Yeah.
I'll
Es
second that
consent
motion.
agenda.
Moved by Ms. Romo, second by Mr. Ureña. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you. No items pulled from the consent calendar. Okay, so we have an item, discussion and potential action items. We have included an emergency letter, item, it's a letter from Taiwan for the, we put that as 5A. Ms. Collier.
Number 8.
5A, the letter of invite.
Oh, the urgency item, we received that notification today at 11 o'clock for a trip to Taiwan. I just want to mention that although my name is there, I'm not available to go.
Okay.
So I will recommend maybe someone else to attend.
I will be able to go with him.
Okay,
After.
please, yes, I have a lot of work.
Sí, I know.
So
I
I would like
understand.
to stay. Thank you.
Yo tampoco quería ir, pero voy a ir.
Okay, perfect.
Okay.
And there's no cost involved by us. It's everything is,
Yes, I just want to make sure that before we do any arrangements, that the money is deposited in the city. Otherwise, we're not going to make any arrangements.
okay.
Thank you.
Okay.
Motion to,
I'll make a motion to approve.
I'll second it.
second by Maznares. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
All right. 5B, approved letter for Pete Buttigieg, Secretary of the United States Department of Transportation in support of Imperial County Transportation Commission, Rebuilding America Infrastructure with Sustainability and Equity. Grant application for the Calexico Intermodal Transportation Center Projects, Public Works.
Absent any discussion, Mr. Mayor, I would like to make a motion to approve.
Okay.
Oh,
Yeah, yeah.
There's a
Go
public
ahead, Mr.
comment.
Kim.
This is number 5.
Go ahead.
¿Tiene number 5, Mr.
Yeah.
Kim?
Sí, sí, sí.
Yeah.
Well, I'm kind of against it because the project is not proper for the citizens of Calexico and the small business sector's worse. And this project is once located nearby the border, they want to take the possible customer away from the Calexico to take to another cities. Have you seen the other cities nowadays? Broly, El Centro, even Imperial, they're growing. And Calexico is shrinking, which is we are losing our potential customer to the other cities. Unfortunately, we're helping them too. When I was ICTC board member, they were saying is most of the bus coming from north to coming down to go to Mexico, Mexicali, about 80%, 90%. Which means we're not getting favor from the ICTC public transportation for the Calexico. We just bypassing city for the people who come to the Calexico. From Calexico, they are all over the place. Why we have to provide them to nearby the border to go shopping other cities than us? Of course, I understand the public transportation needs to be built, but we have to protect the cities of Calexico's the benefit. That should be moved to north side of 98 or Coal Road. That way, the people, if they want to go, they can go there to take the bus to other cities or other place. We have to, if we keep going like this, we are shrinking. We are shrinking our business opportunity, and the city of El Centro, Broly, Imperial, they're growing because possible customer going there. And we failed to taking a chance to benefiting. It was in case of Imperial Avenue, if they got blocked it, they're going to be more impacting our cities. They're going to be coming to the Calexico, just bypass to the old north other cities, and they're not stopping. And I have issues with my business in the west side of the city. In the afternoon, we blocked it. People doesn't want to come to my stores.
Okay, Mr. Kim, James, thumbs up.
Yeah.
Thank
So I am against it. Or if they want to do it, they supposedly move to the other locations to make sure protect that Calexico's potential the buyers. And they are focusing. They don't care about how we're gonna be losing our customer.
Mr. Kim, your time's up. Sorry. I gave you another 20 seconds.
Because you don't only listen.
Yeah, you got more
Okay,
speaking to come,
let
okay?
me-
Thank you very
okay,
much.
So I'm gonna wrap up. They care about our city. They don't care about our city.
All right, thank you,
They are
Mr. Kim.
appreciating our decide to send the customer to them.
All right,
Thank
thank you. And there was a motion already, right?
A motion
Floor?
to approve?
I'll second it.
Second by Mr. Manzanares. No, wait a minute, I think it was
Oh, Mr. Camilo had seconded,
Yeah,
right?
had seconded. All right, so all those in favor, aye?
Aye.
Motion carried, thank you. Item number 6, authorize the city manager to sign a settlement agreement and stipulation for entry of administrative civil liability order between the City of Calexico and California Regional Water Quality Control Board, Colorado River Basin Region, Public Works Manager.
Back in June 1st of 2022, I presented this item to City Council for authorization to sign the settlement agreement. The city owns and operates the wastewater treatment plant, and between 2014 to 2020, we received violations for high E. coli, high biochemical oxygen. The regional board has this program where we can supplement environmental projects that instead of paying the regional board, we can pay to the projects that we have here in Calexico. So we went ahead and proposed 2 projects for the New River, which is additional construction projects, not with the current project that we're currently working, to remove tamarisk, as well as lighting and security for the gauge station. The reason we are bringing it back was because we did modifications to the project amount, as well as the regional board requested that we revise the task and delivery dates. So that's why we're back here again for the review and approval.
Good.
Okay. Sounds good.
So moved.
Just if I can just, again, when you bring an item like this, or when you put it back, if you could just make a note, at least to know that, I was under the impression that we had already settled this, because at times this can come back and say, well, you know what, you have taken so long, to respond, whether it's an audit, whether it's a review, but let's just make sure that, we did our due diligence. Now, when they came back and they asked for a revision of the SEPs or any type of other content on the proposal, that's on them. So I just want to make sure that we don't get, somehow later on, caught up in an issue where the fine or, the punishment it's larger, or just because we didn't act on it. We act on it back in June. So when I saw it, I just thought that this was taken care of. Or whenever you're doing your negotiations, are they final? They're not. So let's just make sure that we do it once and move on. And the other thing, when you're doing your SEPs, are these only just related to the water plant, or can it be in some other type of improvement that can be done?
No, there's regulations, and it has to be
Okay, sorry.
something, there are regulations, and it has to be like public health, or, so these projects fell within the public health, because we are helping the New River project.
Okay, because I know this is not our issue, but at the end it is. I know that a few months back, the construction company that was working or still working on the port of entry had a amount of dirt by actually before, as soon as you go down the bridge, they had 2 big mounds of dirt not covered. So every time there was some wind, it will pick up the dirt, and it was just bad. So we always say that, and we know for a fact that the New River is polluted. So I'm just thinking, where is this dirt coming from, or came from, right? So, and this just going airborne into our community, and even our neighbors of Mexicali, right? So all of those things, and I don't know if this can be applied to that, or we can go back and I'm not deviating from the issue, but it comes with public health, I just mentioned. When we have these projects, make sure that we keep an eye, make sure that we have either the county through the air pollution control district, whoever oversees that, because I think it's just something that, it just shouldn't be happening, and it's a huge, huge health hazard for all of our communities for that matter. So again, just wanted to ask the question on your steps. What is your scope of work? How can you use these monies that we don't have to pay back, as a fine, but rather put it back into a community through a project, long-term project. Maybe with the New River walkway that we just did. There's a lot of work that needs to be done there. I don't know if something like that can be put into that also for sustainability. Just thinking out loud. But anyway, those are my comments.
To my
Okay, my
understanding,
comment-
in this type of fees or penalties, it has to be related to the
Thank you.
facility. Yes.
Okay,
They
so that
cannot
would-
be something
Thank
outside
you,
of the
but
facility.
it's very, very important, this agreement, yo lo leí, es muy importante que esta cuenca lo haga para controlar todo lo que viene siendo, en español sería algo como control de la calidad del agua para las personas que no están entendiendo el inglés. En California esto es muy importante y ojalá las otras 6 cuencas también lo hagan. Felicidades. Thank you. So much.
Okay, move on, Mr. Romo, to approve. Any second?
Second.
Second by Mr. Garcia. All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Thank you. Motion carried. That one, we already did 7.
Sigue el bueno.
Okay.
Discussion and action of community development block grant, coronavirus, public service subsistence payment program guidelines. Mr. Kim? Oh, hold on, I'm sorry. Hold on, Mr. Kim.
Oh, he has.
Yeah, he's got a public comment.
Manager.
You want,
Want
go
me
ahead.
to go over the?
Yes, please,
Okay.
yes.
This item is presented to you for the following reason. Coronavirus finding COVID-19 CB1, Community Development Block Grant CB1, was approved back in 2020 to the city of Calexico. However, because of the monitoring issues unresolved, the state of California put a hold to the city to be able to use those funds. 2 years later, the state of California, when I came on board in 2022, we started working, the staff and myself, we started working in ideas on how to fix the audit. Those monitoring issues are going to take a while because we have close to 300 files that are not complete. And so we had to go from one old system, accounting system, to a new system to be able to complete those files and create reports that are required by the state. But because we have shown that we're doing work to resolve those issues, and they understand that it's going to take us a while, the state is allowing us to use the funding. However, we found today, actually, the state called and say, by the way, that grant was expired in May 2022. And so what they're doing now is getting the guidelines approved of what we intend to use the funding for, because we're going to have to return that funding and regain that funding again. They're going to do another contract. But before we submit the proposal, again, the guidelines are necessary to describe how we're going to run the program. The state also made some comments to the guidelines about what can we use the funding for. Subsistence payment is a program that assists individuals that were impacted by COVID-19 with utilities assistance. It can be electricity, it can be gas, and the water bills. Now, the reason why we put in the water bills, the 3 activities, is because water comes with sewer and trash. So we want to be fully explaining exactly what we're going to pay. No cable, no phone services, nothing else. Just water, sewer, electricity, and trash.
Okay.
So that's part of the program. The second portion of the program is whenever we have an emergency in which an individual loses their home or a family loses their home, that family is literally on the street. It's at risk of becoming homeless. So this program would allow us, or the city, to be able to provide up to 3 months of hotel vouchers, temporary relocation, clothes and meals for up to 3 months, which is great because in a sense, if we run into the situation today The winter shelter closed just today. The asylum seekers were trying to apply for funds to the federal government, and it's going to take a few days to be able to submit that application.
Correct.
But in the meantime, we don't have the funding to put in a hotel if they need one hotel for the night.
Yeah.
This program will be able to assist them as well,
And then we reimburse.
and it will get reimbursed. So what we're going to do is, with your approval, is submit those guidelines to the state so they can allow us to do all the paperwork and get the additional funding, and whatever expenses we incur, we're going to get reimbursed.
Beautiful.
So that's how the program is going to work.
Mr. Kim?
Thank you for the explanation about the program. It was I was a little misunderstood, but still, in category was what I'm concerned about it. Okay, first of all, I need this clearance to the council member. Some of the council member think about our grant is free money. It's not free money. Actually, all those grants, we citizens pay through income taxes, property taxes, sales taxes, all the matters. The portion goes to state and federal. And federal, they're using it, they're dividing which sector they're gonna help to go them. So actually, what we send from there, they're gonna make the decision we can use that or not. So money, tax grant coming to us, actually, we are getting back to part of the money the citizens pay to the state and federal governments. They're coming to us. So actually, still tax money is our citizens paid it. We're getting some part of it by the region, or just like a kind of some supporting programs, whatever they're coming in that way. And we have to be careful because people are gonna need help. But our histories, our new city manager was making some list of what's been wrong, because a lot of the grant we using it wrongly. Even Compa system intercept our money. That's the problem we had. So we got caught. And I tried to clarify, and I couldn't get it. I have to use the controller's office to audit the city of Calexico. They come, they catching a lot of miss. And the Compa system, they intercepted our fund for the people, and people need it. They couldn't get it. And might gonna be same happening. Is somebody gonna falsely to be claiming they lost or whatever, they're gonna claim it? So whatever the people is, but who's gonna say sometimes the Compa system gonna get help to get it? And our system, that even the elected person, they are intercept our money and they're not paid it yet. Okay? That's the history we have. So we have to criminalizing those people to make sure they pay the dues for they owe to the community. And we have to protect our tax money for the people who really needs. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kim. Writing on 3 minutes. Right, good. All right.
Motion to approve?
All right.
Just a quick question.
No?
Esperanza, I might be getting ahead of myself, but this money, is there a admin portion attached to this?
Yes.
10%?
No.
What is it?
5%.
Standard is 10%, but anyway.
Sorry.
The reason why I'm asking is because I know that we're gonna use staff to do this.
Yes.
So rather than use general fund, that we can get it from
get
there.
reimbursed.
So
Yes.
that was my question. So anyway, thank you.
Yes.
So motion to approve, Mr. Ureña, seconded?
Second.
Second, Mr.
Oh, yeah.
Garcia, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Motion carried, thank you. And future agenda items?
I'd like to, I know this one is, I'm not sure why it wasn't on this agenda, but I believe there was a reconsideration for the license plate readers. I know we had some public comments regarding that earlier.
Can you clarify that?
The automatic license plate readers, I mean?
Is that the one that we approved when Serrano was
Yes.
working with Haida?
We're going to create an oversight crew. You mentioned that we want to create one. And also, city attorney is reviewing the policies so that we can bring it back to you and that you can review them and approve them.
Okay, perfect.
Yes.
También
It's
en una-
already in process.
Yes, in a reconsideration item.
Yes.
Right. Como lo pudieron dos.
That is correct.
You want to bring it back?
También, no, o sea, just making sure that it's...
Going through the process, yeah.
Okay.
También se podría tener un tipo de, like a fair field use guideline policy as it was presented for one of the item, I believe it was what, 14 or 7, fair field use guideline policy para los parques, just because, you know, the comments that were brought up regarding Vincent were concerning, you know, these parks are supposed to be for the community, ¿verdad?
Let me see if I understand correctly. You want like a draft
Sí.
agreement for use of the parks?
Like a guideline policy for
all the
usage.
parks?
Específicamente sobre ese que estábamos comentando recientemente con
Rodriguez Park?
Rodriguez, yes.
Where Vincent...
Pero I know that,
So, as I mentioned before, there was a misunderstanding that an agreement was in place. There's no agreement. We already checked everywhere, and there's no agreement. So I'm not quite understand why there's an entitlement of parks.
Okay, so
because there's none.
Okay, so I think we should look into the relationship between the school and the city first.
Yes,
¿verdad?
we can look into it. We can have a meeting with them and find out what the issue is, and then what we need to do is to coordinate with Ms. Gerardo. We're going to coordinate with her to see when do they have the park available for events, because in a sense, she will be the responsible to coordinate those events and ensure that whenever they finish the game or the use of the park is returned in the same manner that it was before. Yes.
To help you with that, also you can also propose a policy so we can adopt and therefore eliminates all these misunderstandings in the future. So we create policy so if anybody wants to, there's a protocol to follow, and you want to, there's a procedure you got to follow to take care of all those issues, to avoid this problem.
Similar to the use of the facilities,
Right.
like we have a use for facilities like for community center
Right.
and all those and all those buildings, we can have the same thing for the parks, so everybody understands roles and responsibilities.
So, no. So I think to that, and I am hearing, and based on what we got from the community, concerns about insurance and all of that, I mean, if you don't mind just adding to your item, as you were talking, things were starting to go, maybe having a presentation of the current process that they have in place, right? Because, I mean, we're talking about, maybe on facility use, if you're a nonprofit, you fee could be waived, or it has to come back to the council. So all these processes are kind of like all over the place. If we can just bring it back, have a presentation, look at it, and then go from there, because I mean, there's no policy. There's no policy from what we hear as to whether it's nonprofit, a school, a private individual, a employee. So all these things, I think if we have, I would love to get a presentation and then go from there and establish guidelines, make sure that people understand, what they're signing for, what they're responsible, because a lot of times, people get upset. You'll get phone calls, or probably you already have some phone calls that, I'm trying to get this park, I'm trying to get this facility, I'm not allowed because I don't have I'm not a nonprofit. So, and a lot of times also we have those items come to us for waiver of fees. So we need to tackle that. So that way, we assign, whether it's the city manager or someone from staff.
Sí.
But I think you're onto something.
No, see, I think I was getting a little ahead of myself, but see, because it's not the first time that I hear people from, and it's not just the one I mentioned. It's been other associations as well, as like they kick people out when they're having like una cascarita en el parque, and like they just get kicked out without them actually having like a permit or like diciendo a la ciudad antemano that we're gonna use it. And it's just not fair for the citizens.
Yeah. So yeah, I would like to get a presentation.
So Ms. Gerardo is going to prepare a full presentation of what we have and what we don't have and what we would like to have in the future. So that's perfect. Okay, thanks.
Oh, go ahead.
Mrs. Colio, I am concerned that we had many sidewalks in the city in very poor condition. Todas las banquetas, sobre todo las que están en las escuelas. Please, could you see the possibility of applying to a grant in the state of California to solve this problem? Estoy pidiendo a la señora Colio ver la manera de buscar un grant para reparar las banquetas. En un tiempo lo platicamos la administradora y yo, y la señora vio muy posible que lo pudiéramos obtener. Vamos a hacer el intento, señora Colio, porque me preocupa mucho todas las banquetas, yo sé, de Calexico, pero me preocupan mucho las que están en las escuelas. Tenemos 12 escuelas aquí en la ciudad de Calexico y pues cualquiera se puede caer. Ya vio usted el día que hicimos un recorrido, las banquetas están levantadas así, unas así, otras más, ¿verdad? Ya han visto. Pero bueno, le agradecería mucho. Thank you. Mrs. Colio también, could you give us information about the contract or agreement we have with the Calexico Cinemas, este que está aquí. No sé si se llama Cinemax. I would like to find a way to support this type of recreation. Los cines, estoy pidiendo también ver si hay una especie de contrato. El terreno de los cines lo proporcionó hace muchos años la ciudad de Calexico para que Calexico pudiera tener cines. Entonces, nomás quiero saber, no, me da pena decirlo, pero tengo 2 años aquí y no conozco, he pedido esa información, ¿te acuerdas, Raúl? Hace como año y medio. Para ver qué tipo, ¿verdad?, de contrato tenemos o qué podemos hacer, porque hay mucho vandalismo en ese cine y cada vez veo, la verdad, más poquitas personas y pues vale la pena apoyar. También, Miss Colio, look at for a way to start with the preparation for the celebration for the next 115 years of Calexico. Please, please, please. Y necesitamos un nuevo sistema electrónico para estas juntas también. Perdón, tiene mucho trabajo.
We're working on that one, Miss Gabriela.
Miss Gabriela, okay.
She already met with
thank you, Gabi.
two individuals that are coming with different ideas, so we're evaluating the ideas and we're going to bring it back to the city,
Thank you
to
so
the
much.
council.
I appreciate it. Thank
I
you.
would kindly like to be included in that IT discussion.
Yes, no, so all the options as
Are
they're
gonna
presented
come back?
are going to come
Okay,
back
está
to
bien,
the city
está
council
bien,
for you to
está bien.
review it and let us know what would you like to see, but it's not going to be cheap. I'm just letting you know.
I know, pero vale la pena.
Okay, sounds good.
Thank you. That's it. Thank you.
I just had a question for Gilberto or Councilperson Manzanares. Your idea of rearranging the hourly work schedule, the priorities for the parks, are we going to go with what Ms. Colio suggested with the community workshop? Do you want to make it an item?
I like the idea of community workshop.
Okay, primero eso before item? Okay. Sounds good. I don't have any items. Okay.
Just real quick, I know it's probably a tall ask, but I would like to see how we can get an update on the current situation on the healthcare of our area. You know, we know what's going on at the Central Regional, and we know there have been discussions at the county level also. And we all know that, you know, our medical services here are very deficient to non-existent, but we depend a lot as a community from the city of, from the hospital, from the city of El Centro. So if somehow there can be some sort of presentation, I know, I understand that it's a really, really big ask, but it's a topic that, not just a topic, but a concern and a need we should be addressing. Maybe, again, we don't have a say on Heffernan, but maybe how they're getting involved because they're the, you know, health, authority here. Because it is a concern. It is a concern, and we're talking about improving the life of our community, you know, business attraction and retention. But again, if you don't have medical facilities, you know, it's just it's a very key component to all that strategy. So if you can work on getting someone, or at least having an update as to where everything is going or where we stand right now,
Yes.
because it is concerning, and people are reaching out, you know, not just the elderly that I have gotten a couple of phone calls, but everybody else. I'm like, where are we going to go now?
Yes. So I attended the conference at IBC last Saturday, and one thing that it was mentioned is that the CEO is resigned. So now I'm not sure who's gonna be coordinating that effort, but I'm gonna ask Mr. Tomas Oliva, which is the chairperson for the hospital, the Central Regional Medical Center. Maybe he can make a presentation to the city.
Yeah, because I do hear about some ideas
Yes.
about creating some sort of task force that includes key players. So I would like to be part of that if that is ever an option or something that we can be part of it, because it's really crucial that we are part of those conversations and actions that should be taken.
Sounds good.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Manny, you want to say something?
Just legally, can the ambulances from Calexico take us to Almaty, Mexicali?
No.
Si les agarramos entry, sí.
That's a liability.
Mandy.
No.
Es tu coco, Mandy.
Anything for you? I don't have anything. No? I need a motion to adjourn.
Thank you.
So
Motion
moved.
to adjourn.
Second by,
So move.
all those in favor, aye?
Ay, ¿están dormidos o qué?
Okay.
Se quedaron.